there you can see Haley Esparza and Katie O'Neill walking out, gave a little fist bump, and they're getting ready to pump up the crowd. They are SpaceX employees that really are the key
data stream from Dragon to the station, giving another path for Dragon telemetry to come to the ground and also providing an additional command capability to astronauts aboard the station.
And that brings us to essentially where we are now. So looking a little bit ahead in our timeline, at approximately 7:35 p.m. Pacific time, 9:35 p.m. Central, Dragon's Draco thrusters will fire for the approach initiation burn. Now, this burn will take place when Dragon is about 2.5 kilometers below the space station and about 7 kilometers behind it and still catching up with the station. And the approach initiation burn will bring Dragon to a point about 400 meters or a quarter of a mile directly below the space station. A small burn after that, called the approach initiation mid-course burn, is planned for about 25 minutes later at 8:05 p.m. Pacific, 10:05 p.m. Central. And all of these maneuvers will also move Dragon inside one of 2 checkpoints around the station that requires a set of go and no-go polls from different control teams. This first checkpoint is called the approach ellipsoid, or as you might hear it called out over the nets, AE. And the approach ellipsoid is an imaginary shape measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, and it's essentially a large 3-dimensional oval around the space station. Now, before controllers give Dragon permission to move inside the approach ellipsoid, the spacecraft will also be on what's known as a 24-hour safe trajectory. And all this means is that if for some reason the Dragon spacecraft should lose the ability to control itself, it would be at least 24 hours before the trajectory of those orbits would move Dragon inside the approach ellipsoid.
And we're now about 2 minutes away from that approach initiation burn, so we will be standing by for that. But as we continue to move on, after Dragon arrives at the 400-meter below station point, that will be known as waypoint 0, and that will be the first checkpoint during our approach. And the vehicle can hold here at 400 meters, but if all of its systems check out, Dragon then can continue its approach to waypoint 1. And Dragon's move from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1 will swing it up and out in front of the station, arriving at a distance of approximately 220 meters. At this point, it will be on what we call the docking axis, which essentially means it is directly in front of the Node 24 docking port. And just before arriving at waypoint 0, the NASA and SpaceX teams will conduct another go-no-go poll for Dragon, this time to move inside the keep out sphere, which is another checkpoint that consists of an imaginary sphere around station with a radius of 200 meters. Flight controllers use this to monitor all arriving and departing vehicles, and this is another chance to confirm all of the guidance, navigation, and control systems are working correctly on Dragon before moving closer to station.
Oh, dude, this is going to be so exciting.
On the orbital trajectory that if Dragon were to somehow lose control of its thrusters, it and the space station would be safe for 4 orbits, or about 6 hours, rather than the 24 hours required to enter the approach ellipsoid.
And then once Dragon has approval to move inside of the keep out,
93,000 people are watching this.
In toward waypoint 2, which is just 20 meters in front of the station. Once Dragon is 20 meters away at waypoint 2, the spacecraft will begin focusing on aligning its docking systems with the International Docking Adapter. Shortly after that, we should hear a call out for CHOP, which stands for Crew Hands Off Point, a little less than 30 seconds before docking, when Dragon is just a few meters from the docking port. And at that point, any abort would have to be done automatically by Dragon. Now, after that, it will be the grand arrival for our crew on the space station, where Dragon will fly in and make contact with that International Docking Adapter, giving us first what we call soft capture. The soft capture ring will then retract until sensors indicate it's time for 12 hooks to drive into place to give us that hard dock and hard capture between the 2 vehicles.
And now that approach initiation burn is currently underway. It began about 40 seconds ago, so we are in that approach initiation burn. So the Dragon's 16 Draco thrusters that it has on it, some of those are firing to complete that burn. And then to round out the process to dock, once hard capture is confirmed, the station crew, namely NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, will manually pressurize the vestibule or the area between the Dragon hatch and the station hatch. Meanwhile, umbilicals that provide audio, data, power connections from the station to Dragon are put in place, and then it's time for leak checks and hatch opening, which is currently timelined to come about an hour and a half after docking. And again, that approach initiation or AI burn is still ongoing. We're about a minute and a half into that burn taking place. And just before that burn started at about 7:08 p.m. Pacific, the flight controllers gave the go-no-go for that.
SpaceX on the big loop. Approach initiation maneuver complete and nominal. If desired, please Please review your impulsive retreat recovery cue cards.
Just do what they're doing.
We heard their SpaceX controllers confirming a good approach initiation burn to the crew aboard Dragon and a good confirmation from our Dragon crew. We also heard them talk a little bit about some of the manual cue cards that they can use because, as we said, before we get to that point of chop with crew hands off, the crew can initiate an abort if needed.
So that AI burn that was completed was about a minute and a half long. Again, bringing Dragon closer into the space station. Dragon is now just over about 6 kilometers away from the International Space Station and continuing to make its final approach today.
So as we continue in toward docking today, let's take a closer look at the Dragon spacecraft that's bringing...
And Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground, you are go to initiate suit leak check procedure for .011.
We're in 4.011.
And you can hear that call indicating a suit leak check, which is what we would expect around this time. Just like at launch, the crew is in their launch and entry suits, also their docking suits, I guess you could call them, which just helps provide a little bit more protection during these critical moments of flight.
And after launch and orbital insertion yesterday, the crew did get a chance to take off those suits and get a little bit more comfortable since it was about a 28-hour journey to docking. So they did have some food, they went through a sleep period, and now they're getting those suits back on and getting ready for some more integrated operations and docking. And the comms you're hearing between the crew and on the ground, that is with the Crew 10 commander, NASA astronaut Ann McClain. And just before we came on air, they also configured the big loop. So that is where all of the parties involved in today's operation are all talking on one loop. So that is the station crew, the Dragon crew, the SpaceX team here that you can see on your screen, as well as the Houston Mission Control team for NASA. They're all talking on one integrated loop, and that's what will continue to be operating through today's docking procedure.
I'm gonna need some coffee, guys. I know it's like
whenever you went up there safely.
10:40 at night, but coffee sounds good right now.
The Dragon spacecraft bringing the Crew 10 crew up to the International Space Station today. The Dragon spacecraft and its trunk stand just over 26 feet tall, and there are 2 windows on the spacecraft plus one underneath the nose cone. Now, that nose cone opened shortly after launch to expose the forward bulkhead thrusters and docking mechanism that will connect with the space station. Dragon's trunk also holds solar cells, which help power Dragon while it is in free flight, and on certain missions, the trunk can also carry some unpressurized cargo for us.
And
That's
Dragon
so cool.
has 16 Draco thrusters that can be used.
Dragon on Dragon to ground, 2.2 ready to pressurize.
Copy, Dragon. You are go to initiate suit leak checks.
Scout the turtle.
You heard some additional
Dragon copies go for suit leak checks.
some additional communications between the Corps and NASA astronaut Ann McClain, who is the commander for Crew 10, just confirming that they're proceeding with those suit leak checks. When you hear them talk about those procedures, there's often a number associated with that, and that is just the procedure number that they can go look up and make sure everyone on the ground and on the Dragon or on the station, they're all following the same procedures in step-by-step order. So Dragon does have 16 Draco thrusters that can be used in space to help navigate the spacecraft to its destination, and we saw those firing not that long ago with that approach initiation burn, and they've also been firing for all of those previous burns leading Dragon to the International Space Station. Again, Dragon is now just over 5,300 meters, about 5.3 kilometers away from the International Space Station and continuing to close in. But those 16 Draco thrusters don't include the 8 Super Draco thrusters, which can be used for an abort, but they are no longer active once the crew is in orbit.
Turned
That's
up the
right.
volume in
And
case
with
you guys
that crew,
wanted to hear a
speaking
little
of,
bit,
Dragon has
bit
definitely
better.
played a significant role in advancing our future in space by safely transporting crew to and from the space station. There are currently 4 Dragon spacecraft supporting human spaceflight missions to and from the station. Those include the Dragon Endeavour, Resilience, Endurance, and Freedom.
That's cool.
Now, today's crew is flying aboard the Dragon spacecraft named Endurance, which has previously flown 3 crew rotation missions to the station, including Crew 3, Crew 5, and Crew 7.
And overall, this is Dragon's 46th visit to the space station and its 14th human spaceflight mission to the orbiting laboratory, including those NASA Commercial Crew Program missions, as well as the private astronaut missions. So including Crew 10, SpaceX has flown 60 passengers since the Demo 2 mission in May 2020. And over the last 24 years, crews on board have also completed thousands of scientific and educational experiments, technology demonstrations, and Crew 10 will add to that. There's hundreds of experiments that they will be participating in. They themselves are basically an experiment through NASA's Human Research Program. A lot of data is captured on how humans react in space and all of the different body systems. And I know one of the Crew 10 crew members is actually part of the Human Research Program CIPHER experiment, which is a relatively new investigation that includes a suite of experiments on all of the human body systems, and it's a very integrated approach. So they will be contributing to that along with many others.
Yeah, and like you said, about 200 experiments for Crew 10 while they are up there. Some of my personal favorites are a material flammability test for future spacecraft designs, as well as, engaging with students via ham radio experiments and using the station's hardware as well to help us experiment with lunar communications, which is pretty fun to think that we can use commercial off-the-shelf technology with the space station to see what it's going to be like to talk to each other and talk back on the moon.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon and Ground, 4 nominal suits.
Copy, Dragon. We see the same.
And that is a good call there that you just heard from the crew on board Dragon to the core.
And confirm we're clear to...
And Dragon, I did not copy your last word. Please repeat.
Yeah, just confirm we're go to open visors at this time.
Affirm, go to open visors.
And you could hear that exchange between the crew on board Dragon Endurance and our core officer here at SpaceX Mission Control, core standing for the Crew Operations Resource Engineer, confirming good suit leak checks ahead of docking operations today, and the crew able to open their visors there and breathe Dragon's normal cabin air as they continue on into their approach today. Now, we were talking a little bit before that about the science experiments that they're going to be doing. So overall, more than 200 experiments for this crew across multiple disciplines, including life and physical sciences, advanced materials. I mean, really, it's kind of hard at this point with 24 years of continuous occupation of the space station to think of any facet of our life that the station and the science that it's enabled hasn't touched.
And the International Space Station is actually going to approach a very important milestone later this year. It'll be the 25th anniversary of a continuous human presence, which is absolutely crazy to think about. So there's a lot of people under the age of 24, almost 25, that haven't lived a single day without the International Space Station having humans on board, which is an incredible milestone to think about.
It really is. I remember the day the first crew launched, and it's amazing to be 25 years after that and never had a gap.
And so during all of those 25 years, obviously science has been a huge part of it. And as I mentioned earlier, those astronauts often serve as test subjects themselves, submitting blood and other samples. And so NASA's astronaut Anne McClain, who's also the Crew 10 commander today, is participating in that CIPHER, or complement of integrated protocols for human exploration research investigation, which again is a suite of integrated physiological and psychological changes seen in space, which can provide valuable results for future deep space missions.
Yeah, and one of those other experiments that I was talking about involves the use of the ISS's ham radio. And normally this is what's used for the astronauts to engage with students on the ground, help teach students, how to communicate when you have to manually hold the receiver and everything. But what's really cool about this technology too is it's going to be used during Crew 10's stay on the station to test hardware and software for navigation and communication on the moon, called NavCom by NASA. But this is really cool too because it's not only using the space station's antennas to test our ability to send timing commands and time-coded messages to basically help the GPS network. But there's also an experiment like this that just recently landed on the moon on Firefly's Blue Ghost mission. So really cool to see different ways that we're using different machines to test lunar technologies right here on Earth and in the sky above us.
and Expedition 73, which will begin in April once, of course, the Soyuz rotation finishes. So it'll be about a month that the Crew 10 is part of Expedition 72 before that Expedition 73 begins. But during that expedition, they will conduct a material ignition and suppression test,
map
or
I was showing
SOFIMIST
earlier
for short, testing material flammability and in microgravity. And this research could improve fire safety on future missions, contributing to models used to select materials for space facilities and helping to determine the best ways.
They're going
to
to talk for a while, though, guys. I'm going to
go
eat and get some coffee.
So Dragon is now less than 4,000 meters away from the International Space Station, continuing to close in on its target, a little less than 4 kilometers. The next milestone that we are expecting is possibly that AI, or approach initiation mid-course burn. We were expecting that about 25 minutes after the approach initiation burn, and that approach initiation burn took place about 10 minutes ago at 7:35 p.m. Pacific. So we might have that mid-course burn in about 15 minutes. And then after that, a lot of the events will happen pretty soon after that. We'll get all to the waypoints and all through that. And then we'll have docking, hatch opening, and welcome the crew on board. After hatches opens, there will be a brief welcome ceremony to welcome the crew on board. It will actually be joint welcome and farewell ceremony for Crew 9, since Crew 9 will be departing in just a few days from now and bringing an end to their mission and returning back to Earth as well.
And with Crew 10's arrival on the space station, it will bring the total number of people living and working on that orbiting laboratory up to 11. There are 7 crew members currently on board. And as you mentioned earlier, part of those 11 crew members in that joint welcome farewell ceremony will be the Crew 9 cadre of NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Butch Wilmore, and Sonny Williams, alongside Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. Now, the Crew 9 astronauts will bring, this basically allows them to come home, right? Because we like to do direct handovers between our crews to help get familiarized with the International Space Station right when they get up there. So one of the things that they will be doing is helping the Crew 10 crew get up to speed on those emergency procedures on board the space station. And then when NASA and SpaceX teams determine that weather is ideal for splashdown around Florida, the members of the Crew 9 crew will board their Dragon spacecraft for their return to Earth.
And as you mentioned a little bit, those direct handovers that we're going to see between Crew 9 and Crew 10, so those handovers between crews, allow for a continuity of the activities on the International Space Station and also help to ensure that continuous U.S. presence on the space station. Again, we just mentioned that the International Space Station has been continuously occupied by humans for over 24 years now, approaching that 25-year mark in just a few months. And so in a few weeks, NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, along with his Roscosmos crewmates, will join the on-orbit crew. And then shortly after that, we will see the departure of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft that will return NASA astronaut Don Pettit along with his Roscosmos crewmates home. And that will mark the commencement or the beginning of Expedition 73. And that expedition will then be led by the new space station commander, which is currently on board the Crew 10 spacecraft, so JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi.
And as Dragon continues to approach the International Space Station, we can see from the tracker there on your screen that they are both flying over the southern portions of Africa right now, about to swing out over the Indian Ocean. And yesterday was, as we launched, it's all about speed, right? Dragon and Falcon 9 gaining that velocity to get into orbit with each other. But and there we go. Look at that. That was a view from one of Dragon's cameras looking at the International Space Station. This is inside Dragon now, with Commander Ann McLean on your left and pilot Nicole Ayers on your right. You can see them taking a drink there from some of the water that they've got on board Dragon as they continue to monitor the approach to the International Space Station. Unlike some previous vehicles that we have, Dragon is very autonomous in how it approaches the ISS. So the crew is really monitoring and able to take manual command if they need to, but really just monitoring Dragon's progress as it approaches the ISS here today. And there's that view. Anna, I love this.
And you can tell that Dragon is looking directly at the International Space Station, its target for today, as it continues to make its approach. So we have those great views there. And now that you have that, Well, you did for a second have that map view of where the International Space Station was. So yesterday at the time of launch, which was at 7:03 p.m. Eastern, the International Space Station was flying off the west coast of Australia. So you can see now that they're trying to catch up to each other. They had those approximately 28 hours for Dragon to catch up to the International Space Station so that it can dock today.
And you mentioned that catch up, and right before we started getting those great views, we were talking about how yesterday was all about an insane amount of velocity being added to Dragon by Falcon 9. But today, while those vehicles are still going very, very fast, it's a very, very choreographed ballet almost. The vehicles are going to be moving very slow in relation to one another. And that's just to make sure everything stays right on track and as safe as possible as we come into dock with the ISS today.
And as we were mentioning earlier, so along with that choreography, so we have all of those checkpoints along the way to docking. So we have those waypoints that Dragon can stop at. The flight controllers here in Hawthorne, as well as the mission control in Houston, can make sure everyone is okay. Dragon systems all look good for docking. Station systems all look good to receive the vehicle. So all of those checkpoints and waypoints along the way are important for both the teams in space as well as the teams on the ground to just make sure everything looks good, and then they can continue to approach on in.
And as we can see, and as we can see here, we've got two of our crew members on screen, and I think that on the left is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, right?
Yeah. So, well, for a second you saw NASA astronaut Anne McClain on the left, so she's the Crew 10 commander. But let's go ahead and take a little bit of a moment to introduce you to the crew. So NASA astronaut Anne McClain is your Crew 10 commander. She was born and raised in Spokane, Washington, and then NASA selected McClain as an astronaut candidate in 2013. Crew 10 is actually her second space flight after launching aboard the Soyuz MS-11 in 2018 and serving as a flight engineer on the International Space Station for Expedition 58 and 59. In total, she previously spent 204 days in space, completing 2 spacewalks that totaled 13 hours and 8 minutes outside of the orbiting laboratory. McClain is a West Point graduate and colonel in the U.S. Army. She's highly decorated and a Master Army aviator. She has more than 2,000 flight hours in 20 different aircraft. And McClain is also an avid rugby player and a former member of the USA Rugby Women's National Team.
And I love, too, that she was actually on the space station when Dragon arrived for its Demo 1 mission. And joining her is pilot Nicole Ayers, a NASA astronaut. This is her first space flight. Nicole is a major in the U.S. Air Force and the first member of NASA's 2021 astronaut class. She is a graduate of the U.S. Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs, Colorado. And Ayers has served as an instructor pilot and mission commander in the T-38. The F-22 Raptor, leading multinational and multi-service missions worldwide. She has more than 1,400 total flight hours, including more than 200 in combat. Nicole also has a twin and was born in San Diego, California.
And then this is the second mission to the International Space Station for JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, astronaut Takuya Onishi. He previously launched aboard the Soyuz MS-01 mission in 2016 and spent 113 days in space as a flight engineer for expeditions 48 and 49. Onishi received a Bachelor of Engineering degree in Aeronautical and Space Engineering from the University of Tokyo, and then embarked on a career in aviation. He was selected as an astronaut candidate by JAXA in 2009, and during his stay on the space station, he became the first Japanese astronaut to capture the Cygnus spacecraft in space. And while he's not training, Onishi enjoys flying, playing the saxophone, movies, and hiking.
And last but not least is mission specialist and Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. The Crew 10 mission is also Peskov's first trip to the International Space Station. Before his selection as a cosmonaut in 2018, he was a co-pilot on the Boeing 747 and 767 aircraft for airlines Nordwind and ICAR. Assigned as a test cosmonaut in 2020, he has additional experience in skydiving and zero-gravity training.
So between NASA astronauts Anne McClain, Nicole Ayers, JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi, as well as Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. Those are the cadre of 4 that make up Crew 10, who's currently approaching the International Space Station, again following that launch yesterday from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 7:03 p.m. Eastern Time. So we recently did have that AI burn at around 7:35 p.m. Pacific. Coming up in about 7 minutes or so, we are expecting an AI mid-course burn. So that will be one of the final burns before we approach into the final stages of the docking process, and we reach that waypoint 0 expected about 20 minutes after that mid-course burn takes place.
And as you can see here, these great views from the International Space Station, looking at the Japanese robotic arm, part of the Japan experiment module facility that's up there on board the space station, and gorgeous views of Earth underneath. Now, when Crew 10 arrives at the International Space Station, they will be joining the Expedition 72 crew. That is an expedition that's been in progress for a few months aboard the International Space Station. And then about a month or so after they arrive, a Soyuz crew rotation will take place from Roscosmos, bringing 3 new crew members up on that new Soyuz, and then the previous crew that departs on that Soyuz will mark the beginning of Expedition 73 on board the space station.
Yeah, so when that Soyuz departs, NASA astronaut Don Pettit will return home, and then coming aboard a Soyuz to the International Space Station will be NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, along with their Roscosmos crewmates. And so again, we typically have those crew rotations take place about every 6 months or so, so they're long duration missions to the International Space Station. And there now on your screen, you're seeing a live view of just behind us, actually, the SpaceX mission control team in Hawthorne. So when we do hear those call-ups to Crew 10, those are typically coming from here with the core or the crew operations resource engineer.
And, you know, we've been talking a lot about, you know, Crew 10, our 10th resupply, our 10th rotational mission for Crew for the Commercial Crew Program. And this is just part of the storied history of crew rotations on the International Space Station over the last 24 years. The Soyuz we've mentioned is one of the vehicles that has done this, Dragon as well. The shuttles also responsible for some crew rotations. It's just really impressive to think about what has gone on across those 25 years of near permanent human habitation on the space station.
Yep, and so the space station has been occupied, of course, almost 25 years. There are a lot of commercial players coming into play, and so we also have our commercial low Earth orbit development program that's looking towards the future of what's next for low Earth orbit once the International Space Station does retire. Of course, it's made incredible contributions so far, though, and it has several years to go. But while we continue on Dragon's approach to the International Space Station, why don't we go ahead and check in with the International Space Station Flight Control Room and NASA's Gary Jordan.
Hey, thank you, Anna. Thank you, Chris. Welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. The teams here are working jointly with the teams in Hawthorne, California, monitoring the operations that are in space right now. Crew 10 approaching the International Space Station, about to enter inside the approach ellipsoid. The teams here in the room are currently polling for that next milestone. The approach initiation brings them up to what's called waypoint 0, just below the International Space Station. In just a few minutes, the Crew 10 vehicle Endurance is expected to perform what's called a mid-course maneuver, an approach initiation mid-course to converge on waypoint 0. This is right below the International Space Station. Teams here in the room are polling to make sure that the next milestone that happens from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1, right immediately in front of the International Space Station, that the teams here are go for that next milestone. When Endurance makes its way to waypoint 0, it will not pause. It will continue on to waypoint 1 right in front of the International Space Station. There are a couple of things that the teams here in the room need to check off to make sure that Crew 10 is ready for docking. The International Space Station's solar arrays are in what is called the feathered position. That means they are folded back and locked into a position
there it is, right there.
Is minimally invasive, allows the station to draw power from the sun, but does not interfere with any of the docking and attitude controls that are necessary to hold the station's position. Meanwhile, the Attitude, Determination, and Control Officer here in the room, called ADCO, is coordinating with the Russian colleagues and the Russian thrusters on the Russian side of the International Space Station to ensure that we are configuring the station itself for docking. Inside the International Space Station, the crew is preparing for Crew 10's arrival. Nick Hague is setting up his workstation for monitoring procedures, though the crew has the prime controls as a backup for the automated docking of Endurance to the International Space Station. As a safety precaution, Nick Hague is receiving that data through the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2, a data link between Crew Dragon and the International Space Station, giving live telemetry and giving Nick Hague the ability, if necessary, to perform an abort if there were any contingency scenario, a scenario that Nick Hague himself is trained for. Butch Wilmore, NASA astronaut, will be preparing the hatches for opening once Dragon is docked to the International Space Station, slated for 11 p.m. Central Time tonight. Butch Wilmore will work through the hatch opening procedures. There are several hatches to get to the crew, including the Node 2 forward hatch at the very front of the International Space Station, followed by the A-Pass. It's the last hatch right before you see the Dragon hatch, and there's a vestibule in between that needs to be pressurized from vacuum up to sea level, 14.7 pounds per square inch. All of that will happen after docking. In the meantime, NASA astronaut Don Pettit setting up cameras inside. Once Crew 10 is docked and the pressurization between the vestibule is up to pressure, it'll be the Crew 10 astronauts and cosmonaut aboard that'll float through and be welcomed by the Expedition 72 crew. All of that underway right now. We're expecting the mid-course maneuver and all of the maneuvers ahead to get through those next milestones for a docking tonight at 11 p.m. Central Time. We're right here with all of the action and following along with you over in Hawthorne. So for the next few steps and to follow Crew 10 and the astronauts aboard, let's go over back to Hawthorne with Anna and Chris. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Gary. It was great to hear that update from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. During your update, we did hear that the approach initiation
I'm going to see how much longer it's going to be until they actually dock.
It was all good. I went as planned, and again, that burn was just to further fine-tune Dragon's path. And there you briefly saw a view from the International Space Station looking at Dragon as it makes its final approach to the International Space Station. So now coming up, once Dragon arrives at 400 meters below the station, it will be what is known as Waypoint 0, and that will be our first checkpoint during our approach, and the vehicle can hold there at 400 meters, but if all of its systems check out, Dragon can then continue its approach to Waypoint 1. And Dragon's move from Waypoint 0 to Waypoint 1 will swing it up and out in front of the station, arriving at a distance of approximately 220 meters. And at this point, it will be on what is known as the docking axis, which essentially means it is directly in front of the docking port. And the crew are headed to the forwardmost port of the station today, the Node 2 forward, which is the forward-facing port. And Dragon has docked to Node 2, also known as the Harmony module, for all of the crewed missions so far, because that is where both of the International Docking Adapters, or IDAs, are located.
And then once Dragon is only 20 meters away from the space station at Waypoint 2, the spacecraft begins focusing on that final alignment of its docking systems with the International Docking Adapter. Shortly after that, we are likely going to hear a call out that says CHOP, which stands for the
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop, mid-course maneuver complete. Trajectory has converged on Waypoint 0.
And that is exactly what we were hoping to hear. Exactly what we were hoping to hear there, that mid-course correction burn, nudging Dragon back onto the proper trajectory to intercept Waypoint 0, which is that 400 meters below the International Space Station. Now, going a little bit ahead in our process, when we're about ready to dock with the International Space Station, one of the final things we're going to hear is what's called CHOP, crew hands-off point, a little less than 30 seconds prior to docking. That's the point where all aborts would have to be manual, but as we actually heard a few minutes ago, right after that approach initiation burn, the crew does have manual options available to them, but right now just monitoring Dragon as it cruises in autonomously for that docking a little bit later tonight.
And you can see that live view and a beautiful view at that of Dragon Endurance as it approaches the International Space Station. Now these views are being captured by cameras on the International Space Station, which is Dragon's target for today. And the International Space Station and Dragon are currently flying about 260 statute miles over the Indian Ocean. And so after chop, and as we make that initial capture and the grand arrival, when Crew 10 arrives at the space station, Dragon will fly in and make contact with those international docking adapters, giving us what we call soft capture. And the soft capture ring then retracts until sensors indicate it's time for 12 hooks, 2 sets of 6, to drive in place to give us a hard capture and firmly secure Dragon to its new home on the space station. Then the station crew, namely NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, will manually pressurize the vestibule or the...
And Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Ground has pulled go for approach 0 and enabled the maneuver. Expected maneuver start time is approximately 0321 Zulu. Reminder that Dragon will nominally continue its approach through waypoint 1 towards waypoint 2 without stopping.
We're getting there, boys. We're getting there.
And there we just heard some conversations between that core crew operations resource engineer here at Spacex Mission Control in Hawthorne and NASA astronaut and Lieutenant McClain. They were talking about approaching waypoint 0. They had that go again. Their joint polls with the SpaceX team in Hawthorne, as well as NASA's team in Houston, just to verify that all systems on Dragon, all systems on space station look good, and they can proceed past that waypoint 0 that we were just talking about. And so once we do have docking and we have that hard capture, we will begin the pressurization process of the vestibule, and that is the area between the Dragon hatch and the station hatch that was previously exposed to the back of space. And then umbilical provide power, audio, and data connections from station Dragon are put in place, and then there will be a series of leak checks before the hatches are finally open, welcoming Crew 10 aboard the International Space Station as part of Expedition 72. And that hatch opening is slated to take place about an hour and a half or so after we get that docking later today.
So there's a simulator that
following a liftoff yesterday at 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific. A lot has happened since then. So there was that 9-minute ride to orbit before we had that orbital insertion.
Thank you for the follow, by the way.
Free, and there you see Dragon flying free, continuing to on your screen, following that about 28-hour journey.
Houston on the big.
So there's actually a simulator where you can try to dock with the ISS, and that's what I'm doing right here. Try to make it a little bigger.
And there you heard some additional call-ups to the crew, this time to the International Space
Station
crew. Again, we mentioned earlier they're all talking on what is known as the big loop. So all 4 parties that are involved in today's operation, so the Dragon crew, the space station crew, the SpaceX team, as well as the NASA team and their mission control, they're all talking on one loop. So that specific call-out was up to the space station crew, because today we will have an astronaut Nick Hague monitoring Dragon's approach, and so they were just saying that there's about 35 minutes before that monitoring will begin taking place by NASA astronaut Nick Hague.
And we've talked, that's part of what we've talked about that cooperative element of the docking sequence. While Dragon can do this autonomously, there's folks here at SpaceX Mission Control in the ISS flight control room and on board the ISS, making sure that, just monitoring, again, making sure everything is going as we want it to today. And you can see there, Dragon, kind of exiting off the top of your screen. The camera will pick it up again there as Dragon goes over Earth there. You can see its nose cone opened up, and that you can see the forward docking adapter there, which is what is aimed at camera right now. And that nose cone was over that docking apparatus during liftoff to help protect it from the aerodynamic forces and some of that heating that Dragon experiences as it heads uphill into space.
So yesterday, after we had liftoff and that orbital insertion, after that nose cone was opened, that nose cone that you were just mentioning, Chris, that is actually when the 0G indicator was revealed. So NASA astronaut Ann McClain revealed Crew 10's zero gravity indicator, and it was a crochet origami crane, which is an international symbol of peace and unity. So NASA astronaut Ann McClain provided some really lovely words on
This is not actually what's happening. This is just me playing the game.
The history.
I like the
Many crews before them have had their own 0G indicators, and so that specific crane was actually hand crocheted And it also
They're getting pretty close, though.
They also mentioned the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of Apollo-Soyuz as part of that zero-G indicator rollout.
That's right, 50 years this year.
So a lot of milestones this year in the space world. 50 years of Apollo-Soyuz, 25 years of International Space Station continuous human presence. There's a lot that's happened and a lot to look forward to, especially with all of the commercial space activity going on so far this year and into the future.
That's true, and SpaceX right in there with you. Crew 10 actually lifting off on the 23rd anniversary of SpaceX's founding. As well. And that zero-G indicator, too, one thing I really liked about it is its name was Drug, which was the Russian name for friend. And as Commander Anne McClain said, it is a nod to the unique and deep cultural traditions from which each of us come. So noting the very international nature of this crew.
And so some of the previous indicators, so Crew 9,
I'm almost
who is
there,
obviously
guys.
currently on board the International Space Station, their indicator was actually a plush baby falcon named Aurora. So it previously flew on 2 Russian Soyuz capsules, including the flight that resulted in an emergency abort that NASA astronaut Nick Hague was actually a part of. And so Nick Hague is now going to be monitoring today's approach, and he will also return home after that handover period with Crew 9 back to Earth.
And, you know, as we're talking about zero-G indicators, I got to say my favorite is the little plushy Earth that went up on the Demo 1 mission. You know, we talked a little bit earlier, Anne McClain was on the space station when Dragon arrived for its uncrewed Demo 1 test flight, paved the way for all of these crew rotation flights for NASA and for Axiom Space as well. And that little plushy Earth, oh man, I smiled a lot looking at Anne's smile when she saw that sitting inside the Dragon capsule. And then you can see Anne there on the right-hand box. Anne is on the left-hand side working on that tablet right now. Now a view of the International Space Station. So this is cool. You've got the ISS looking down at Dragon on your left, and you've got Dragon looking up at the ISS on your right. I mean, the views don't get much better than that, except for maybe the 4 people who are in Dragon.
And so the International Space Station and Dragon are currently flying just off the coast of Australia, again, as they make that, or as Dragon makes its final approach to the International Space Station. So Dragon is currently about 560 meters away from the International Space Station.
Yeah, I'm only 6 meters away from this,
again,
in
we
the
recently
simulator.
did have that go to
Hurry up, Dragon,
go
I'm beating
past
you.
that waypoint 0. So next up will be that waypoint 1 that we expect in just a few minutes.
I'm really close. I'm like 5 meters away.
Yeah, and from that,
I didn't even know they did this. This is actually so
Dragon
fun.
Did in March of 2019. That was then followed in May of 2020.
Almost there, boys.
Kind of hard to believe.
Ooh,
We're also
that was a
approaching
big
the
adjustment.
5-year anniversary of Dragon human spaceflight missions as well this year. We had that Demo 2 mission with Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley in May, launching in May of 2020 and coming back a couple of months later in August. And then we started those crew rotation missions for the commercial crew program for NASA in November of that year with our Crew 1 crew and Dragon. And since that point, there's always been a Dragon at the International Space Station.
And so we did mention earlier there are currently 4 Dragons that are active. So they're flying today on the Dragon spacecraft Endurance. And typically whenever there is a new Dragon, the crew gets to name it. And so we have Endurance, Resilience, Endeavor, Freedom.
And Freedom, yes.
And also, so we talked a little bit about the zero gravity indicator. The crew also works to design their mission patch ahead of each mission. And so that also dates back. It has quite a history with those mission patches. So the SpaceX Crew 10 patch was designed by the 4-person crew. They actually used AI for some initial inspiration, and then a human artist perfected the design. So it's a 10-sided patch with the Roman numeral X boldly in the center, representing the 10th operational flight of the Dragon spacecraft. And then on the patch, the Dragon has its wings out in full flight. And it's a nod to the 4 crew members who are all professional pilots. So we mentioned that a little bit earlier when we were going through the bios of NASA astronauts Anne McClain, Nicole Ayers, JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi, as well as Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. All of them have a pilot or aviation history, so that was a little bit of a nod in their patch as well.
And
again, you're seeing some live views there of NASA astronaut Anne McClain and NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers to the left and right there on your screen.
I killed everyone.
Nicole Ayers is the pilot. and McLean is the commander for the mission today. Again, as they continue to make their way to the International Space Station for docking to that forward port. The Dragon spacecraft is currently less than 480 meters away from the International Space Station, continuing to make its approach.
And you know, we're seeing these views from Dragon looking up at the International Space Station. And this Dragon vehicle is actually the second design of the Dragon that we have had. We started with a cargo vehicle, and we actually have the first one hanging right here behind me today. And honestly, what I love about this, watching Crew 10 approach the ISS, the 14th Dragon human spaceflight mission to the space station, and that very first Dragon that was only carrying cargo, we put a window in it, not because we had to, but because we wanted to symbolize that one day we will be carrying crew, and one day we will be doing exactly what we are doing here today. And just kind of gives me goosebumps to look at Dragon 1 versus the new shiny Dragon we got.
And so
it's quite a shiny
obviously
Dragon.
They've had that 28-hour flight, and I'm sure they've been able to take advantage of looking out those windows and the amazing views of Earth below them as they make their way to the International Space Station, which there you can see a view of the International Space Station on your screen. Again, those views are captured by the cameras on Dragon. So this is basically a point of view of Dragon looking at the International Space Station.
And you can see there, you know, you've got if you sort of look at the space station and how it's oriented right now, you've got a small bar that sort of goes across the top. Those are the European and Japanese modules of the space station. You've got the US and Russian modules sort of going down in a line, forming that T, and then you have the huge solar array truss and the wings of the space station, if you will.
And so Dragon is now about 440 meters away from the International Space Station. And again, that waypoint 0 mark is at the about 400-meter point. So they should be reaching that waypoint here pretty soon. But again, they had that go, no-go pull to proceed through waypoint 0 and then on to waypoint 1. So they won't have to pause at waypoint 0 once they reach that 400-meter mark.
Which is, and that's what we were sort of saying earlier. We have these moments when we can stop to make sure that everything is in alignment. But if everything is already in alignment, there's really no reason to stop, and we can proceed forward.
And so once they do proceed forward, they'll then get to waypoint 1 and waypoint 1. So you go from 400 meters at waypoint 0, and then waypoint 1 is about 220 meters. And that's when we get to that docking access arrival. And so they'll have that go ahead and proceed to that point. And once they are on that docking access, it basically means they are directly in front of the port. So that forward port on node 2, the Harmony module that they will be docking to today. So Dragon will be looking directly at that International Space Station docking a port, and they can do some final alignment checks if they need to. And then from there, they will then move to waypoint 2, which is just 20 meters away. And there you can see another view of Dragon. This is a camera on the International Space Station.
Yeah, you can see it's still quite a bit away.
And they're currently flying over Sydney, Australia. So that's the International Space Station looking out at Dragon. Those cameras are actually controlled by one of the flight controllers in Mission Control in Houston. So the Cronus typically operates those cameras, and they're the ones that are manually moving those cameras up and down and trying to find Dragon and keep a focus on it so that we can have these amazing views here today.
And as Dragon, as you mentioned, that you know, waypoint 1 point about 220 meters from the International Space Station, that's very close to, but just outside what's known as the keep out sphere for the International Space Station. This is the sphere that any visiting vehicle needs to stay outside of until given explicit permission to proceed in closer to the International Space Station. We would expect that go, no go pull to either come when they're holding at waypoint 1, or if they don't need to hold at waypoint 1, shortly before they're
hopefully I don't get a fire call.
Waypoint 2, 20 meters from the station. Again, another point where they could hold.
If there is a fire, I'm just going to leave the stream up, and then you guys can still watch.
Hold sometimes at that waypoint 2, 20-meter point for a variety of reasons. Sometimes it's alignment, sometimes it's been visuals and lighting conditions, which is where the International Space Station is in its orbit. Might seem kind of odd to think that, wait, why would we need to wait if we can dock at night? But shadows are really important in understanding them and how how they interplay with the autonomous navigation systems.
And so we're actually pretty close to that waypoint 0 mark. We're about 403 meters. So Dragon's about 403 meters away from the International Space Station. So just around that waypoint 0 mark that we've been talking about. Now Dragon will continue past that point and into waypoint 1, which is again that 220 meter mark. So it really is just a choreography that it follows throughout its final approach and docking today.
And if you think
those
about
guys
the
probably have a
overall
joystick. I don't have a
trajectory,
joystick.
Of approach here, you can kind of think of it as like an
Using my
airplane
mouse.
that's in the air, where you're directly underneath it, but then you can walk in front of it and up to its nose, and that's sort of what Dragon's going to do here, moving from waypoint 0 up to waypoint 1.
So you
5
were
meters
mentioning
away.
the keep out sphere. So that's one of those invisible boundaries. There's also the approach ellipsoid, which we mentioned a little bit earlier today, but Dragon's already inside of that approach ellipsoid. So that's outside of the keep out sphere. And that's that 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer boundary. Basically, it's the neighborhood of the International Space Station. So once a visiting vehicle such as Dragon makes it into that approach ellipsoid, that's when a lot of those joint and integrated operations begin. And again, to enter into the AE, Dragon or any visiting vehicle has to be what is known, it has to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, which means the spacecraft would not cross into the AE or the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours. So when they do those go, no-go polls to proceed in that is one of the things that they're looking for, making sure that that the vehicle is safe and can proceed in. And so now we're going inside that next invisible boundary around the space station, which is that keep out sphere that we've been mentioning.
And if you're just joining us here, some great views that are on your screen as Dragon is approaching the International Space Station, just inside of 400 meters now.
I did it.
Passing waypoint 0.
Yeah, I did it.
On the left-hand side of your screen is a live view from the International Space Station looking down at Dragon. You can kind of see it moving across the white clouds there, about to go over the blue ocean in the middle of the screen there. And then on the right, we did have some images of the International Space Station and some images inside of Dragon as well. But on it,
I could dock Dragon, guys. Let's be honest, how many of us would be sweating bullets trying to dock this thing? 330 meters. They'll be over the east coast of Australia soon, actually.
Those intravehicular activity suits, or IVA suits as we call them.
So you'd mentioned a little bit some of the free time that they've had without those suits. They did have that sleep period. They woke up today around 8 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Central. So they've been up for about 10 hours or so getting ready for today's docking operations, but they did have that time to take a nap and get well rested and ready to be part of the Expedition 72 crew. And also on the International Space Station, not that long ago, the ISS crew was actually asleep right before we came on air. So they finished those post-sleep operations that they go through to start getting ready for today's docking operations. Again, NASA astronaut Nick Hague will be monitoring Dragon's approach.
And SpaceX Dragon on the big loop. Expect reconfiguration of C2V2 return link to support docking video shortly.
SpaceX Dragon, copy.
And that call basically saying that that C2V2, the common communication for visiting vehicle system that allows Dragon to talk to the ISS to talk to the ground, and just sort of creates some nice redundant communication paths for all the vehicles and all the teams involved today. That system was primarily configured for the initial approach of Dragon up to the station through waypoint 0, and we just heard them briefing the crew that they'll be reconfiguring that again for the docking portion.
So we'll continue to hear a lot of those call-outs from the ground teams and the astronauts on the International Space Station, as well as Dragon, as we continue to get into the final stages of docking today. Right now, Dragon is about 310 meters away from the International Space Station and continuing to fly in to make its final approach and docking. So it's getting pretty close now. And there you're continuing to see, if you squint, you can see a view of Dragon there in the center of your screen. So again, these are views captured by cameras on the International Space Station. And so that is the Dragon Endurance spacecraft, and it's actually the 4th flight for that Endurance spacecraft.
People are calling the fire department way too much right now.
Commercial crew program missions, Crew 3, Crew 5, and Crew 7. And the 4th flight, obviously, today for Crew 10.
That's right. And overall, this is the 10th crew rotation mission for NASA's Commercial Crew program that Dragon is flying. It's also Dragon's 14th human spaceflight mission to the International Space Station, and Dragon's 16th human spaceflight mission overall, since Dragons don't always go to the International Space Station, but we have had 2 free flyer missions in the Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn missions as well. And with today, and with the Crew 10 mission,
dude, who's
Dragon
excited
has
to see us go to Mars, though?
At this point across its
How cool
16
is that
missions.
going to be? Are we going to have Twitch or TikTok streamers on Mars? Do you think? You think that's going to be a thing?
And so, yeah, Dragon has had 10 rotational missions, so that continues to be part of NASA's Commercial Crew program. We also have, of course, the Commercial Resupply Services, and we have the Commercial Earth Orbit Development Program working on potential future commercial space stations. So space is really becoming a commercial public-private endeavor. And you see that here as Dragon is docking to the International Space Station, obviously a government platform, but commercial partners bringing crew and cargo and things to the International Space Station. Again, once Crew 10 is on board the International Space Station, they will partake in a multitude of science experiments, technology demonstrations, all for the benefit of humanity. And so as Dragon continues to make its final approach to the International Space Station, now about 370 meters away, let's go ahead and turn it back over to NASA's Gary Jordan at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston.
I'll bring my cat. Come on.
Hey, thank you, Anna. We are following along on the action here. Now inside the approach ellipsoid, we are in what is called joint operations. Both teams in each of the flight control rooms here in Houston, as well as where you are, Anna, at the Mission Control Center over in Hawthorne, California, with the SpaceX teams, are operating by the same joint flight rules. They're working through the procedures step by step, doing go, no-go polls along the way to make sure that all teams are ready for the next steps. The teams here in Mission Control Houston are currently polling to make sure that we can pass waypoint 1 and go inside waypoint 2. When we pass waypoint 1, we're going to be inside what is called the keep out sphere. Now, when we cross that boundary, there are a new set of flight rules to abide by and a new set of conditions to make sure that the crew can proceed all the way to docking. Currently scheduled again for tonight at 11 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Pacific. So the station is continuing to prepare for the crew's arrival. Like as I mentioned before, the station's solar arrays are feathered. We did configure the station itself to be in the docking attitude, and teams here are working through the C2V2 system, the common communication for visiting vehicles, power cycling that and make sure that data is flowing between the two spacecraft, the International Space Station and Crew 10 Endurance, and that Crew 10, when it's on the docking axis right in front of the International Space Station, going in towards the forward port, has a perfect view of the docking ring. Of the docking port, the international docking adapter. And as it closes its way in, has all the data
Dragon is transmitting docking camera video. Please confirm video and data updating in the Dragon docking monitor.
We're getting close, guys. I wish I had some champagne we could all celebrate. But look how beautiful that is. You just see the horizon of the Earth like that. And I think there's
Capcom Tess Caswell here in Mission Control Houston, standing by for confirmation from the crew aboard Endurance.
I think they're still aboard, like over the Pacific too.
The troubleshooting issue I was addressing with the common communications for visiting vehicles, power cycling that system to make sure that they could have that video once they get on the station's docking axis. As we wait for crew confirmation, we are getting video from the International Space Station's external cameras.
And Houston Station on the big loop, I can confirm I have good centerline camera. Station looks beautiful.
Houston copies.
Yeah, that looks so nice.
Now it's critical that the teams communicate on this big loop to make sure all stakeholders are aware of the progress that's being made. That's cycling to enable Nick Hague, who's aboard the International Space Station. He's got a display in front of him.
Oh, they aren't heading towards Australia. They're heading towards the U.S. again.
Receiving data from Dragon
Canada,
itself into the International Space Station. This is a safeguard. Dragon's rendezvous and docking to the International Space Station is a fully automated process. However, Hague does have an ability to execute commands if necessary, but really only there for monitoring. So that C2V2 power cycling allows him to have the view from Dragon itself as it moves up towards the docking axis, which you're seeing now on your screen from the external cameras aboard the International Space Station.
You can see like a strobe on it. What's incredible is to put
monitoring
put things in
Dragon's
perspective.
arrival,
We don't even make up like
receiving data including range and
we don't even make
range
up a
rate,
pixel
making sure that Dragon
from
is
this
moving at
altitude.
the expected velocity, speed, position. Everything's positioned on board the International Space Station for docking. Again, the station itself at the docking attitude. Now again, the station teams here in the International Space Station flight control room.
This is from Dragon's camera.
Polling to make sure that Dragon itself can proceed past waypoint 1 towards waypoint 2. Waypoint 2 being just 20 meters in front.
They're definitely taking their
of
time.
The International Space Station's docking port. This will be inside the keep out sphere.
I wonder how they're controlling it.
It is Nick Hague monitoring the operations from the International Space Station. Now, once it makes its way in to dock with the space station, it'll be NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore that is tasked with the responsibility of opening up the hatches and preparing the station to welcome the crew aboard Endurance. This includes opening up several hatches, including the Node 2
Look
hatch
at those
and
monitors,
the APAS
so
hatch, both of which are
on the
closed
top.
for the docking operations and cannot be opened until the docking is complete. He'll start venting air to make sure that the air is circulating properly through the pressurized mating adapter, and there's no pockets of carbon dioxide, just a safety procedure. When he's going to inspect the hatch, he'll be wearing goggles and gloves for safety measures. We'll cover all of that post-docking, but that'll be Butch Wilmore's responsibility. We'll also be getting camera views from inside the station. These were set up by NASA astronaut Don Pettit. The crew waking up and making sure on an early day aboard the International Space Station, much earlier than their typical day. In fact, their crew wake period was just after midnight Greenwich Mean Time, which is the time that they operate aboard the International Space Station. They were up and making sure that everything was prepared for Crew 10's arrival today. Now we're making our way up the docking axis. Beautiful views.
That is absolutely stunning.
Makes its way above
like right now,
the
you can see a little bit of a green on the atmosphere.
Axis. This is immediately in front of the International Space Station. Camera views from Dragon itself illuminating the solar arrays. You can see the original solar arrays of the International Space Station, as well as the IROSAs, the rollout solar arrays that are augmenting some of the station's power. This as part of a process to continue the science done aboard the International Space Station, which is, of course, the mission of the astronauts and cosmonaut aboard Crew 10. Crew 10 really just a transport mission to get to the International Space Station.
Guys,
Once
we're so
there,
close.
they join Expedition 72 for at least a time. Don Pettit, NASA astronaut Don Pettit, will be returning aboard a Soyuz. Once that Soyuz undocks, crew on board the International Space Station officially begins
Welcome to the stream,
73,
guys.
continuing the great science.
We're less than 300 meters away
necessary in low Earth orbit
from
to prepare
docking.
for future human missions to deep space, including the Moon and to Mars.
Right now, you're about to see, like, the Earth is going, we're actually transitioning into nighttime because the ISS is actually approaching the west coast of the United States, and obviously it is nighttime here. So
camera views from inside Dragon Endurance showing displays that show some of the trajectory that is necessary to converge with the docking axis. This is waypoint 1. Now when you see those displays, you'll see the trajectory curve out, the spacecraft itself calculating breakout maneuvers that are necessary as it makes its way along the planned set of procedures and approach maneuvers. Waypoint 1 immediately in front of the docking axis. Once that is executed, the Dragon will fire its Draco thrusters to maneuver inside.
it's kind of insane how much precision you need as an astronaut to actually dock your ship into the ISS like this. It's not just like, you know, you just like point and shoot. You have to make sure a few factors are are aligned properly. You can actually mess up a whole bunch of instruments if you don't do this correctly. I hope that like nighttime isn't going to affect the view, the camera and stuff. It takes a while to actually get back to daytime, but regardless, the stream's going to be up. I'm going to be here to enjoy the ride the entire time. Happy to have you guys joining me too.
We're inside 6 minutes from the planned arrival of Waypoint 1, continuing to get these fantastic views provided from the International Space Station, as well as from inside Dragon itself. Commander Ann McLean, as well as pilot Nicole Ayers, you see positioned as the camera in between them shows them in their launch and entry suits. We did hear
Absolutely,
before that they are allowed to
Thank
bring
you.
up their visors through these set of procedures. Those suits are donned.
We have our own
prior
little
to joint operations,
little space capsule.
and they'll close their visors as part of the next dynamic phase,
Of course.
which will be the docking.
Yeah, this is
Just as an
really
added
fun.
safety
Honestly,
measure.
this is probably the most fun I've actually had streaming. I've streamed for quite a while, but this is really fun. It's not every day you get to watch a momentous
Doran's
occasion like
less
this.
than 300 meters
Thanks for the
from
follow,
the
by the way.
International Space Station, being illuminated by an orbital sunset right now. The views you see of Earth and of Dragon will start to get a little darker as we enter into an orbital sunset and orbital nighttime. Dragon, now brightened by the sun, will start to dim, and you'll start to see the docking lights as well as the navigation lights.
Looks like
Docking
aliens.
light will be white at the center of the spacecraft, and you'll see green and red lights on the forward bulkhead, green indicating the starboard position, red indicating the port position.
Like right now, it looks like a
The
science
International
fiction
Space
movie.
Station
You know,
cameras sometimes view from an upside down position, as you can see from this view, as the Earth is on the top left of your screen. So the port and starboard navigation light positions will be reversed, but it's because the camera is sort of upside down from the position of Earth. Additionally, the cameras on board the International Space Station are subject to the radiation environment of the station. Now, the station itself does receive a certain amount of radiation, but also a certain amount of protection from the Earth's atmosphere. As we are in low Earth orbit, 250 miles from the Earth is not terribly far. There's still a decent amount of protection, but there is a higher radiation environment. When we enter into an orbital nighttime, some of the cameras, you'll start to see some pixels, different colors on the camera as we enter into an orbital nighttime.
Yeah, you'll start
those
seeing, like,
pixels
little
and different
red
colors
dots
become a
and
little bit
such.
more apparent. Those are from the radiation environment, the radiation damaging the pixels inside the cameras themselves.
it's pretty crazy actually. Wonder what kind of radiation is out there, like gamma rays, X-rays, probably microwaves.
Inside 3 minutes from Waypoint 1 arrival, we do have a go to proceed past Waypoint 1.
Ultraviolet rays, more than likely, I would imagine.
Dragon, what you'll see is not a pause at Waypoint 1, but it should proceed towards the keep out sphere. You'll notice some of the views change throughout our coverage here. The feeds coming from Dragon, you can see illuminating the International Space Station. Those feeds provided by
Dragon,
ground
SpaceX
stations.
on the big loop. Approach 1 and soft capture ring extension will begin shortly. Dragon will continue its approach to waypoint 2.
Oh, let's get in there.
Dragon, copy all.
And that That relayed from the SpaceX core in Hawthorne, California, confirmed by the crew aboard Endurance. We are proceeding inside the keep-out sphere. You are seeing the docking light begin to blink at the center of Dragon Endurance. Features of Dragon becoming a little bit more apparent. The nose cone fully open, exposing the docking ring and the forward bulk of the Dracos. You did hear that Dragon will extend the soft docking ring mechanism. This allows for a cushioned contact as Dragon makes its way toward the international docking adapter. Docking comes in several phases, which includes contact and a soft capture, which is initiated by the docking ring. That docking ring is retracted to pull Dragon in closer to the International Space Station, and then begin a sequence to hard dock Dragon to the International Space Station. There are 12 hooks that are driven to really latch Dragon to the International Space Station. They're deployed in 2 sets of 6. And those will be confirmed by the crew. Once all of the hooks are driven, there is also an umbilical that extends and connects to an interface on the International Space Station side to provide power and data transfer between the 2 vehicles. Dragon right now operating on battery power and solar power that's generated from the trunk. Once Dragon attaches to the International Space Station, it'll be receiving power from the International Space Station through the duration of its stay aboard. We did hear confirmation that Dragon is passing waypoint 1. So we're now moving inside the docking axis and towards the keep-out sphere.
Dude, my heart rate is actually going up.
Now passing waypoint 1, Dragon Endurance heading towards the International Space Station. We're following along from here inside Mission Control Houston, working jointly with the teams in Hawthorne, California, to take us through the next series of steps, including crossing the keep-out sphere and heading towards waypoint 2. Let's send it back over to Anna and Chris in Hawthorne.
And thanks, Gary. Yeah, so we have passed waypoint 1, so waypoint 2 is what is up next, and that will put Dragon only about 20 meters.
Station Houston, on the Big Loop, monitor approach per step 3 of 1.102, Dragon approach and retreat monitoring. Let us know when your review is complete and you are ready for docking.
So on the bottom, I actually have a 3D model of Dragon.
On the Big Loop, step 3, and I can confirm that the review is complete and we're ready for docking.
So that call there between the ISS flight control room and the crew on board the International Space Station.
Houston copies. At waypoint 2, Dragon will hold for approximately 5 minutes.
And you heard that call there indicating that the ISS
Thanks for the heads up.
And the crew there are now ready for Dragon's docking to the forward docking adapter of the Harmony module of the International Space Station. Dragon approaching waypoint 2, which is the point about 20 meters from the International Space Station's forward docking adapter. And as we did just hear there, we are expecting Dragon to hold for about 5 minutes once it reaches that point. It crossed through waypoint 1 and waypoint 0 without having to hold. But again, these waypoints or checkpoints are places we can hold if we need to, and if we don't, we can proceed forward through them.
And so we have gone through 2 of those waypoints, so waypoint 0 and 1, and so now Dragon is less than 200 meters away from the International Space Station, about 170 meters currently away from its target of that forward node 2 forward docking port. And there you're seeing a great view on your screen of the Dragon Endurance spacecraft as it makes its final approach to the International Space Station. The teams in Mission Control Houston are the teams at the International Space, or not the International Space Station, the SpaceX mission control teams behind us are, of course, doing some final go, no-go polls for docking. It's one of the final checkpoints between those teams to make sure everyone is good to proceed and to dock. We did hear that there will likely be a brief hold at waypoint 2.
Right
And
now,
again,
they're
that
right over
waypoint
Canada.
2 is just 20 meters away from the International Space Station, so very close at that point. So they will hold briefly, and then from there, we will have our final approach and docking. We will have an initial soft capture. We did hear that the soft capture ring was being extended a few minutes ago. And then from there, they will begin to deploy those hooks, 2 sets of 6 for a total of 12 hooks to get that hard capture. And during that final hold, that again, we're expecting around the waypoint 2 mark, which is 20 meters away from the space station. During that final hold, they can possibly wait for better lighting conditions. So the space station does have exterior lights, and Dragon can dock in the dark. But of course, we go through an orbit every 90 minutes. So there's a sunrise and sunset every 45 minutes. So if they need to wait for a little bit of improvement in the lighting conditions, they can use that way.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's beautiful. That's so awesome. It actually looks like a horror space movie. Just how dark it is. Wow.
Orientation, and I really love this too as we get into orbital night, as we're approaching the space station, because we're probably going to see Dragon's Draco thrusters pulsing, and that's always a sight to behold in orbital night.
And so Dragon and the International Space Station.
Soft capture ring extension complete.
I'll try to block.
And we just heard confirmation
I'll get out of the
that
picture
soft
so you guys can
capture
see.
ring extension has been fully completed. So that extension of the soft capture ring, it's fully out and ready for that soft capture, that initial contact with the International Space Station. So right now, the
But so far so good for Dragon. About 28 hours after liftoff now, after lifting off from the Kennedy Space Center yesterday afternoon at 7:03 p.m., completing the docking in just a few minutes from now.
And so Dragon is now less than 100 meters away from the International Space Station as it continues to make that final approach. And so right now we're seeing those live views of the SpaceX mission control team here in Hawthorne, California. And typically we'll go back to these views when we do have those brief loss of signal between the International Space Station and Dragon and the ground. And we'll regain those views shortly. It's just a handover between satellites. So that tracking and data relay satellite system that the International Space Station relies on, they have a brief handover period between satellites, which causes a loss of those views periodically throughout our coverage.
Kind of like going from cell phone tower to cell phone tower.
And so the let's see, Dragon is less than 80 meters away, so continuing to approach waypoint 2, about 60 meters to go until it reaches waypoint 2. Again, we are expecting Dragon to hold at waypoint 2.
Lost volume?
For just a
Okay,
few
let me see if I can
minutes
fix that.
to ensure final alignment, to ensure lighting conditions are good before we have that final docking. We are expecting that docking to take place around 9 a.m. Pacific, a little bit later than that. And right before that final docking takes place, we will hear that call for chop that we mentioned previously, which is the crew hands-off point. So right before you, or right after you hear that call is typically when that soft capture takes place.
And that chop call that we've been talking about, and basically what that means is the crew can no longer manually abort Dragon away from the International Space Station if there should be a reason to do so. It would all be based on Dragon's automation at that point. Everything going very well for Dragon as it continues to approach the space station. The crew
Let me know if you guys can
automated
hear it
approach
too. If
for
there's
the
any
vehicle,
trouble with the
as well as
stream,
any
just
escape
post it
options
right
they
in the
might
chat.
have to
I'll
do,
get
but
right on it.
again, not expecting to have to use those. but
Station
they're-
Houston, on the big loop, the no exercise constraint for docking begins now.
Here we go.
Station copies.
And so you did just hear a call up from the Capcom or capsule communicator at Mission Control in Houston to the crew on the International Space Station, mentioning that the exercise constraint has started. So typically we have visiting vehicles such as Dragon arriving and departing the International Space Station. There are constraints on crew exercise, and that's basically to prevent additional loads from being imparted on the station during these dynamic operations.
And I love this sort of night vision-esque view here from Dragon looking at the International Space Station. So this is a view from the Dragon Endurance carrying the Crew 10 crew. The forward docking port there is in the center of your screen, sort of being illuminated every few seconds by that light from Dragon. And what I love about this is you can see the Crew 9 Dragon directly above that docking port. And of course, Crew 9 going to be coming home after a brief handover.
Oh, we're close, guys. Look at that. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, that's so cool. The moment of truth, boys and girls. Let's go. I'm actually like tensing up because of it. All right, final approach. Let's go. God bless you, Crew 10. Let's go. This is it, guys. If you have any friends or family that want to watch this, this is it. This is the time. This is the time to tune in. You got it. Yeah. Super slow. Here we go. We're probably less than like 2 or 3 minutes out from complete docking. Oh, that looks so cool. That looks cinematic. Five meters, guys. For Americans, that's about 30 feet. 24 feet. Oh, here we go. They're ready. Let's go. Come on. We got it! We did it! We did it! Congrats, everybody. Congrats to the entire NASA and SpaceX crew. All right. That's awesome. We're bringing them home. Can't hear? Let me just make sure. Hold on. I'm working on it, guys.
Expedition 72 crew,
All right,
which has
let
been
me know
ongoing
if
for the last few months
that's
aboard
working.
the International Space Station.
I just changed
and about
the
a month from
audio.
now, when a Soyuz crew rotation from Russia completes, that will actually mark the start of Expedition 73, which our Crew 10 crew will be joining. And of course, there are about 200 science experiments that the crew will be performing over the course of their multi-month mission up there. And I can't wait to see it and everything that they're going to be able to do up there.
So they will be contributing to about 200 different experiments and technology demonstrations from human research. They're doing some flammability studies.
Ring retraction complete. Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
And we did just hear confirmation that the soft capture ring has been fully retracted. So again, that soft capture that happened with the initial contact about 4 minutes ago at 9:04 p.m. Pacific, 11:04 p.m. Central, as the International Space Station and Dragon were flying over the Atlantic Ocean. They are going to hold that docking's hard capture sequence a little bit to make some final configurations. We do expect that full hard capture process to take about 15 minutes, so we have about 10 or so more minutes to go there. The next step in that process will be to begin to deploy those hooks. Again, there are 12 total hooks that have to fully engage and really bring Dragon in for a nice hard seal to the International Space Station's forward docking port.
And sort of like a lot of things with spaceflight, docking is not just a singular instantaneous event when the two vehicles actually meet and connect with one another. There's the soft capture, which we're through with Dragon right now. There's also, like the vehicles are moving in relation to one another at docking, so they've also got to make sure that any motion between them is dampened out and that they are really ready for that hard capture connection.
And there you're seeing a live view on your screen on the right-hand side. That's a view from the International Space Station of the Dragon spacecraft Endurance, now docked to the International Space Station's Node 2 forward docking port. And again, that docking took place at 9:04 p.m. following an approximately 28-hour journey.
Station Houston, on the Big Loop, MCS configured, proceeding with hook driving.
Station copies.
And there we hear good confirmation that what we were waiting for there and holding the docking sequence has been
just confirming the audio is
we've gotten
working
through that,
That's
and now
good.
we are going to begin
But
that
thank you
hard
guys. Thank you for
capture
letting me know.
sequence, and that's what you were talking about on a
orbiting
driving
Andrew.
a series of 12 hooks, 6
Give
at a
you a little
time, to form
bit of a
that hard
call-out.
capture. And again, we
Took my
expect
pup
that
outside
process
to
to
watch
take
Dragon
about
pass over.
15
Nothing
minutes.
beats watching a
But it really is
spaceship
great to
chase
see the
down
Dragon Endurance
ISS at
back on the space station.
17,500
Its
miles per hour.
4th trip to
Like it's no
space.
big deal.
This particular capsule has launched the Crew 3, Crew 5, and Crew 7 missions, and of course returned those astronauts safely to Earth. And now it's doing it again for the 4th time for the Crew 10.
And it's the 10th total rotational mission for SpaceX flying crew to the International Space Station. Again, we did hear confirmation that the first set of 6 hooks for a total of 12 is now driving. So those will make a hard capture, and then they will drive the second set of 6 hooks. And then from there, we will have confirmation of that hard capture, and then they will deploy some umbilicals and then begin that pressurization and leak check series before we have hatch opening and welcoming Crew 10 on board the International Space Station. Of course, it's been a pretty long journey for Crew 10. They've been traveling for over 28 hours now following a liftoff yesterday of 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, Launch Complex 39A. They had approximately 9-minute ride to orbit before we had that orbital insertion and second engine cutoff, and then they've been traveling in free flight since then. They had a series of burns that set them up for a docking today at 9:04 p.m. Pacific. They first had their phase burn, and that was completed yesterday at 4:52 p.m. Pacific, followed by a boost burn at 12:08 p.m. Pacific, a close burn a little bit after that at 12:50 p.m. And then they had a mid-course out of plane burn, a transfer burn, co-elliptic burn, and just recently we had that approach initiation burn. So a lot of burns to set them up and get them on a track to where they are now at the International Space Station.
And after that
These
sequence
guys have
of
been
burns,
talking
it
for
went
like
pretty
2 hours
good after
straight.
that
I don't
point.
see
We
any
saw
glasses
Dragon
of
cruise
water
through the
nearby,
waypoint
like,
1 and waypoint
man.
0, targets of
Non-stop.
400 and 220 meters respectively from the International Space Station, and then close into that waypoint 2 where a brief hold and then right on in for a picture-perfect docking over the North Atlantic.
And so we did have that soft capture at 9:04. Now the first set of 6 hooks has fully closed, and now the second set of 6 hooks is driving. Once that second and final set of hooks finishes closing and driving, we will have that hard capture complete. And then from there, they will, of course, begin the pressurization process of the vestibule.
And of course, part of Crew 10's arrival at the space station means that it's time for another crew who's been up there for a few months to come on home. So a few days after Crew 10, now that Crew 10 has docked, in a few days we will have the planned undocking and return of
I think I
Crew
found out
9,
why it was
which
muted
includes
for you
NASA
guys.
astronauts Nick Hague, Butch Wilmore, and Sunita Williams, as well as Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. 2 of them have been up there since September. Nick and Alexander launched on Crew 9 in September on the Crew 9 mission from Slick 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. And of course, Butch and Sunny were already on the space station and joined Crew 9 and will now be coming home on Dragon.
So they will do that brief handover period. The handover period between crews is pretty typical. We like to ensure a continuous presence of U.S. crew, and then the Crew 9 will help bring Crew 10 up to speed as the new arrivals and get them adjusted to space station life before they return home. And so that second set of 6 hooks continues to drive. We had that initial docking about 10 minutes ago at 9:04 p.m. Pacific, and typically it takes about 15 minutes to have hard capture complete, so we should be approaching that milestone here shortly.
And as all of that is happening and those umbilicals are being connected,
hard capture complete.
And there we heard confirmation that we do have hard capture, so all 12 hooks have finished driving. And then from there, the umbilicals will start to deploy. And that again brings that hardline data and power from the International Space Station to Dragon. And then the pressurization of the vestibule will begin. And again, NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore on the International Space Station side is on top to be to help with those hatch opening operations today. Again, we are expecting hatch opening about an hour and a half or so after or from now, and then from there will be a welcoming combined with a farewell remarks of Crew 10, since that handover is pretty short. And then from there, they will adjust to station life. There will be a safety briefing, and then they'll get right into it as Expedition 72 members for the next month before they become Expedition 73.
There you go.
And and you can see that's Sunny Williams there in front of the hatch on the International Space Station side. So we did hear confirmation of hard capture is complete. The docking sequence still proceeding, though, with Dragon. You mentioned those umbilicals that are now being driven between the vehicles to establish good power and data connections between the International Space Station and Dragon. Now, we've talked a little bit about what
they're probably
folks
so
on the
excited
ISS
to
side
see
are
like
doing
different faces,
here, getting
you know?
those hatches ready. And inside Dragon, they're
9 months
continuing
is a
to
long
monitor
time.
the docking sequence as it progresses, and then they'll also be able to get out of their suits as well that they have been in for the last couple of hours as Dragon has approached the International Space Station.
So as Dragon crew gets out of their suits, of course, as we mentioned previously, NASA's astronaut Butch Wilmore is going to start those hatch opening operations. And there on your screen, you are seeing NASA astronaut Nick Hague, as well as Roscosmos cosmonaut Ovchinin, as they stand by to greet Crew 10 members and welcome them as part of the International Space Station crew. Again, they are going to get that pressurization process underway here shortly, and they will pressurize that area known as the vestibule, which is the area between the Dragon hatch and the station hatch that was previously exposed to the vacuum of space. And then once that happens, they will conduct a series of leak checks. And there on your screen, you just saw NASA astronaut Sunny Williams actually floating right in front of that hatch that will be open in just a little bit.
They're just swimming around up there. And it's not like swimming either. You know,
Dragon,
if you're stuck
on the big loop, docking sequence
in the center of the room and you have no momentum, you're stuck.
Hardline power and comm connections shortly. You are go to doff suits per procedure 4.012. Crew 10, welcome aboard the International Space Station.
All right, boys. Here we go. They're here.
SpaceX Houston and ISS, this is Dragon mission specialist Takuya Onishi on the big loop.
Yeah, you need like a little thruster or something in order to move around. That's why everything's like in arm's reach in there. If you're stuck, you're stuck.
I'd like to thank all the partners, especially our SpaceX friends who trained us and enabled us to safely arrive at the International Space Station. It was so amazing to see the ISS shining in the dark.
Of course, it's hard to get like to a point where you have zero momentum. Obviously, if you're sitting down and stuff, but if you're sitting down,
it's such a great honor for us to be part of this program. We have a lot of exciting work ahead of us that we are looking forward to. Again, thank you very much to everybody who helps us to get here.
And there you just heard some really nice words between Crew 10 as they have now arrived at the International Space Station. We do have that confirmation of hard capture complete. Again, those words were coming from JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi, who is serving as one of the mission specialists for Crew 10.
Let's go, Japan.
And so now with Dragon successfully and safely docked.
And Houston copies all. Welcome to the International Space Station, Crew 10. We look forward to your work and the spirit of cooperation with which you've arrived.
Thank you very much. Yes.
That needs to be a GIF.
And there's some words from the capsule communicator, Capcom in Houston, in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Back to Crew 10, and again, now with Dragon docked, that's going to wrap us up for our coverage here in Hawthorne, but our coverage for Crew 10 won't stop there.
That's correct. It's great to see the Dragon Endurance docked back at the station and see Crew 10 ready to begin their multi-month mission in there. In a minute, we're going to toss it back to Gary in Mission Control Houston to take us through the vestibule depressurization hatch opening, and then we'll see NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers, along with JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi and Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov float into the International Space Station. But first, let's do a quick recap of how we got here. The crew suited up yesterday before their launch and then had their ride to the pads in those sleek-looking Teslas before ingressing an even sleeker-looking Dragon. They lifted off right on time from the Kennedy Space Center at pad 39A at 7:03 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday, March 14th. Stage 1 successfully returned to a landing at Landing Zone 1 for recovery and reuse a few minutes later. Dragon separated from the second stage of Falcon 9, and once it was safely in orbit, deployed its nose cone to reveal that docking adapter and all the navigation aids needed to get to the International Space Station. Dragon also completed 5 major burns on its journey to the International Space Station, coming in for a docking at 9:04 p.m. Pacific Time, 11:04 p.m. Central Time today, March 15th, 2025, and it was Dragon's 10th crew rotation mission for NASA and the Commercial Crew Program.
That's right. And now that Crew 10 has arrived to the International Space Station, we are looking ahead to the return of Crew 9, and we will be taking you along as they return home after their long duration stay on board the International Space Station. Teams will be assessing return dates, which will then be announced on nasa.gov, so be sure to tune in as NASA and SpaceX will then bring you live coverage every step of their return home. And you can also follow SpaceX and NASA on social media for real-time updates. But thank you again for watching our coverage of docking, and go NASA, go SpaceX, and go to Crew 10 and Crew 9. For those of you watching on X, please head over to NASA Plus to follow the coverage of hatch opening and welcoming live.
So thanks.
Yeah, we'll try to get that up and ready very quickly.
To Anna for joining us.
But I do want to thank you guys for tuning in, for joining me on the stream. Thank you guys for following on X and on Twitch. But yeah, mission accomplished. Well, it's not accomplished just yet. We still have to get the 2 back down here. But we did get Crew 10 up there.
Thank you, everyone, again, for tuning in. We'll now go ahead and pass it over to NASA's Gary Jordan at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, who will continue sharing the mission of hatch opening and welcoming as the crew prepares to board their home for the next few months, the International Space Station. Thank you so much.
Incredible. Absolutely awesome. Get some music on real quick because it's going to be a second until they transfer over, I'm sure. All right. I'll just try to find the stream real quick. I think it's going to still carry over, but I do want to be sure. All right, let's look up NASA. NASA should have a live stream going on because that's the SpaceX stream, and now that we're on the ISS, it's now a NASA operation. So here we go. NASA has a NASA Plus. All right. I have it up. I'll be transferring it over very, very shortly.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at a live view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Thanks to Anna and Chris over in SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California.
Wow, I timed that
Wrapped up
perfectly.
Our joint coverage of Crew 10's arrival to the International Space Station, docking at 11:04 p.m. Central Time, 9:04 p.m. Pacific. The International Space Station and Dragon were flying 260 statute miles over the Atlantic Ocean at the time of docking. Now that the docking sequence is complete, which means the ring is fully retracted, hooks are driven, and the umbilical is extended, draw power from the International Space Station, and transfer data.
All right, we are officially on
Crew
NASA.
inside Dragon is getting prepared for the necessary procedures to configure Dragon in such a way for its extended stay aboard the International Space Station.
I think they're coming back into daylight too.
While the crew aboard the International Space Station prepares for opening up the hatches on the other side. Now the hatch opening sequence is quite extensive. We're expecting the Dragon hatch to be opened a little less than an hour and a half from now. The projected time is 12:45 a.m. Central Time on March 16th. However, this is a variable time. It is the expected time that the Dragon hatch will open. Shortly after, we are planning a welcome ceremony as well as a farewell ceremony, given a shorter duration handover period for the crew aboard the International Space Station before Crew 9 undocks. We will say hello to the Crew 10 astronauts and cosmonaut aboard the International Space Station, welcomed by Expedition 72, while Crew 9 says farewell ahead of their next few days of getting their SpaceX Dragon spacecraft configured for undock and return to splash down off the coast of Florida. Right now you're looking at Dragon Endurance docked to the forward port of the International Space Station. Crew 9 Dragon docked to the Zenith port. These views provided by an external camera on the exposed facility outside of the Japanese module. Right now we are in an orbital sunrise, so we are seeing Dragon being illuminated by the sun as we cross the Terminator line. We're just west off the coast of South Africa now, 267 statute miles right above that coast, in fact, on a southeast trajectory, heading into an orbital daytime, starting to see the horizon of Earth being illuminated by this view. We're again following the procedures inside the International Space Station. We've been hearing the voice of NASA astronaut Nick Hague, whose responsibility for the past few hours has been the monitoring task of Crew 10's arrival to the International Space Station, receiving data via a common communications for visiting vehicles link between the International Space Station and Dragon, providing telemetry and allowing Hague to monitor Dragon's safe approach, docking again at 11:04 p.m. Central Time. Now that Dragon is docked and the crew is getting ready to open the hatch on the International Space Station side, it's Butch Wilmore who is tasked with the responsibility of opening up the hatches. In fact, he's in the Node 2 module right now. The Node 2 forward hatch is open. Throughout our coverage today, it will take some time to open up those hatches. It's quite a lengthy procedure that needs to be done carefully, and we will be continuing to orbit the Earth, handing over between our coverage of TDRS satellites that are providing video from the International Space Station. We're now in a short handover period and expecting to regain those views very shortly. But for now, you're seeing the International Space Station flight control teams here in Houston, Texas. It's Allison Bollinger, that is the flight director for today.
Dragon on Dragon to ground.
On Dragon to ground.
Station coming a little broken. Wondering if you're going.
I have no idea.
Negative, Butch. We got you in a handover. The urine hose for the procedure.
Okay, sorry. Equalization valve APAS was open at 0426.
You would think they would, but
We were going to give you that call when you were drying your suits, but in section 5 of 4.4,
I have no idea why they wouldn't stream this on
Every
Twitch.
step but the last one. How copy?
If your last call cut out, say again for urine hose.
And repeating my last, but for that call in section 5 of 4.400, we are not going to have you perform any steps except for the last one. How copy?
Like they literally, yeah. I'm just checking their channel now. I didn't even.
Dragon, your call keeps cutting out after about a sentence.
Yeah, they're not even streaming at the moment. What in the world are they doing?
Trying again shorter, do not perform section 5. How copy?
I guess they don't really. I guess they don't really understand like the significance of streaming. Like it's literally free for them. Yeah. At least you guys have me. At least I could figure this stuff out.
Dragon on Dragon to ground.
Yeah, what's the point of streaming 2 days ago when this is like such a momentous occasion? Come on, NASA, get your... Maybe the guy who operates the Twitch channel... I don't think so. I think it's just like... I think it's just some guy. They only have one guy who operates the Twitch channel. And he's not working today or something.
Dragon, copy on the big loop. We can skip section 5 of 4.400.
That's a good readback.
To be fair, these guys are like super, super duper brainiacs. I think they are more concerned about the engineering and the logistics, all that stuff. When it comes to marketing and reaching an audience, I don't think that's in their purview. They just they rather focus on their work, and it's commendable. But come on, get like a guy that's really good at marketing, and just take NASA from here to like to here.
Closing those visors and having the suits as an extra layer of protection. Now that we are docked and hard docked to the International Space Station, that docking sequence complete. Crew may doff or take off their suits. And start
yeah, well, they could at least pat each other on the back with the camera on, you know? I'll watch it still.
You'll hear some of those communications through Dragon to ground.
He's out drinking green beer at the
some of the communications you'll hear on the big loop and the space.
The Twitch guy is the guy who's running the NASA Twitch channel is completely plastered.
Welcome the crew aboard. Each has
a lot of the official channels from big businesses really do seem to be lacking in the quality of people they get to stream for them. I think, it's not hard to set up a Twitch channel, but there is a little bit of
International Space Station
technicalities you have to work with. And I don't know. I feel like that's something NASA should have
that the
pretty pat down.
Forward hatch is already opened inside of node 2.
They probably just completely forgot about it. To be honest, they probably just forgot.
Next will be the APAS.
Yeah,
hatch.
they are absolutely behind.
The APAS hatch is the last hatch.
I mean, just look at the quality of the footage, dude. That footage looks like it's from 2003.
That hatch from the Dragon hatch, and that vestibule right now is at
we just came off of the Spacex stream, and it looked like it was from the future.
Namely, NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore will be to turn a valve and introduce air into that vestibule, bringing it up to pressure.
But like I said, I love the nostalgia factor.
Is that of sea level, 14.7 psi. The procedure
drinking his coffee. I'm gonna be up all night.
Is slow and steady. They make sure that there are no leaks at about 5 pounds per square inch, settling there, making sure that there are no leaks present before bringing it fully up to pressure at 14.7.
I didn't even get a chance to celebrate St. Patty's Day today. I did pass my exterior firefighting certification, so I can now fight fires outside. So I'm happy about that. I couldn't get drunk this morning, though. Right. I mean, you would think that they could ship up some newer cameras and install them over the course of 20 years, though.
So Dragon no longer has to rely on battery power. And the solar arrays that you can see, the black paneled section.
Because if it is for tech data,
that call was confirming
you could still use it to show more detail, you know? Like this hardly shows any detail.
To rely on battery power.
I don't even think that's 1080p. That looks like it's 480p. Maybe less. Or it's pure analog. I have no idea. Yeah, the colors are all messed up. I'm sure the radiation has something to do with that, but let me look at something. What is NASA's budget? Maybe it's all they can afford is VHS cameras. Okay, NASA's proposed budget for, well, this is for 2025. NASA's budget for 2025 was like $25 billion. They could buy like a GoPro or something. Instead of cutting their budget, they should just make sure they're spending it more efficiently. Exactly. Hire a marketing guy. Get better cameras. NASA could be so amazing. It could be... Look at that there's a camera right there. That's a Canon. I wonder what kind of Canon that is. Hold on, I'm going to full screen snip that, and then I'll look it up real quick. Let's see how much that camera is. Okay. Google Lens for PC. I don't know. I would have to open BlueStacks, and if I do that, my computer's probably going to catch on fire. So, hold on. I got a few search engines I can try. I'm just curious how much that Canon costs. Okay, I think I found it. X705. Is that right? That's actually that's probably a really good camera. Potato X705. I hope not. It could be a completely different camera. I'm just kind of guessing. What is going on with their stream? I'm telling you right now, this isn't me. This is definitely... I don't know if they're still talking or if the stream just cut out. But let me just refresh to be sure. It's still updating. It's just, I think it, yeah, you can tell the stream's still going because, well, you can't see from your end, but there's a NASA logo on the top right, and it's animating, so the stream's still live. It's just no one's talking. Yeah. Yeah, it's still moving. All right. The investigation continues. What is this camera? It looks like the XF705, but let me see how much that costs. XF705 cost $6,000. That's a $6,000 camera. Obviously, you don't want that camera out in the middle of space. But come on, guys, get a GoPro. Just get a GoPro, put it out in space. It's still better than a VHS recorder, whatever you got out there. It's just not working. All right, so they're about to get them in here, huh? I'll try to turn up the music now that we don't have like any commentary. There we go. Dude, I think it's a full moon. So they're about to open a hatch. Like, this is worse than like flying Spirit Airlines. You're trapped in the hatch for quite a long time.
Getting views, though they will be interrupted. You see here from aboard the International Space Station, we're anticipating some very short handovers in communication and views from the International Space Station. It's the teams here you see in Mission Control Houston that are walking through the operations and working with the teams aboard the International Space Station, as well as the flight control teams in Hawthorne, California, and the crew aboard Crew 10 to prepare for the crew's arrival. It'll be this team that witnesses the welcome of Crew 10 aboard the International Space Station when hatches open and the crew floats aboard.
Dude, look at this guy in the middle with this long cord. Is that a phone? Why do you need a phone that long? Why don't you just use your cell phone? Is this stream going to turn into like a dissing NASA stream? I really don't want that.
AM Central Time. This is an estimated time based on the docking time from this evening. Again, that was 11:04 p.m. So based on the procedures that the team has ahead of them, this is the estimated hatch opening time. We will remain
That's a tripping hazard, man.
Continue our coverage.
This guy, I hope this guy doesn't walk through and he trips.
Aboard the International Space Station.
That was close. That was really close.
Do the welcome ceremony. It will be a unique event in that it will be both a welcome for Crew 10, the 4 astronauts and cosmonaut aboard, and a farewell to Crew 9. This is due to a shortened period between the arriving spacecraft and the departing spacecraft, and the series of procedures that the astronauts need to undergo to prepare for departure.
What if this is the Twitch guy right here?
Okay, and Houston, I'm showing 15 minutes.
Butch, we copy. We are still assessing.
Standing by.
Tess Caswell is the Capcom here in the room today. In the blue blazer, Allison Bollinger.
Uh-oh. It came back.
Caswell will be the voice from Mission Control Houston, relaying namely to the crew aboard the International Space Station. Through these hatch opening procedures, it's Caswell's responsibility to communicate with the crew inside the station. This includes NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, tasked with the hatch opening procedures, as well as Nick Hague, who is in the monitoring role during Crew 10's arrival and docking, or approach and docking to the International Space Station. It'll be the voice of the SpaceX core, who we will continue to pull into our broadcast. That'll be communicating with the Crew 10 astronauts and cosmonaut aboard Endurance, walking them through their procedures. We already heard them talking specifics about procedures needed for suit doffing. This means taking off their launch and entry suits that are necessary for the critical phase that is contact and capture of Dragon to the International Space Station. Once they go through that dynamic phase, they are taking off their suits and putting on something a little bit more comfortable. They will not be in their Spacex launch and entry suits when they enter the hatch and are welcomed by the crew. Caswell will be the voice here in Mission Control Houston that walks the crew through the welcome ceremony. Again, that will be the formal greeting. We'll see all 11 crew members aboard Expedition 72 in Node 2 of the station. This is at the very forward end, and it is the forward hatch that will be opened and is opened currently, the Node 2 forward hatch, and where Dragon Endurance is currently docked, the forward end of the space station. It is the teams here that are walking the astronauts through the procedures to open up those hatches.
So here's a cool budget estimate.
To be regained from space,
Deep space exploration systems, NASA's going to spend $8.1 billion.
who is tasked with the responsibility of the hatch opening procedures.
Only 164 million of that 8 billion is going to Mars exploration.
Into the hatch, and that pathway down
The majority of it's going to development and Artemis campaign development.
That is the A-Pass hatch.
But the Mars campaign is going to be a steady $164 million through 2028. The space station costs $1.3 billion every year.
Dragon's arrival at the International Space Station, the International Docking Adapter, which is on the other side of the hatch, just right there, has been exposed to vacuum in the harsh conditions of space, being exposed to intense
I can.
And sunsets.
Well, I can't carry you out of a burning building just yet, Pineways. I can only carry you if you're already outside the building. But I will be certified as an interior firefighter in probably about a month. Yeah, just about a month. And after that, I'm going for my Firefighter 1 certification.
On the right of your screen there, that's the pressurized mating adapter. Of course, Dragon, you can see that there. The white in the middle, that's the International Docking Adapter.
Why, thank you.
That is that vestibule. It is that section there that needs to be pressurized up to 14.7 pounds per square inch. What the teams here are relaying is that those thermal conditions need to dampen out. If they were to pressurize now, there would be too much.
But if I were the only one on the fire scene, I would definitely get you out of the burning building. Don't you worry.
If there is
I don't care about rules in that in that regard.
Thermal fluctuations from the intense environment that was in that vestibule.
Hero with Dustin Hoffman. I feel like I watched that. Or I've heard of it at least. I'm checking. 1992. I think a not-so-nice man rescues passengers from a crashed airliner only to see someone else take the credit. That would be my life. That was a year before I was born, too. Is Dustin Hoffman still around? He has to be, like, really old.
We're taking a pause from our commentary here. Flight Director Allison.
Oh, yeah, he's still around.
Teams for some of the upcoming procedures.
87. Wow.
Today, we're just listening.
He still looks good for 87, though.
Dragon on the big loop in Dragon Procedure 4.012, Step 5, Alpha 6.
I always look for Clint Eastwood, too. Clint Eastwood, one of my favorite actors of all time. And directors at this point, too. How old is he now?
At this time, you have a go for sections 1 through 3 of 4.400.
Just listening to them, too. Clint Eastwood is 94 years old. Wow. He was born, like, at the start of the Great Depression. He is great. He's really great.
As we get live views from here in Mission Control Houston, the calls you heard were of Commander Ann McClain inside Dragon Endurance, speaking with the Corps.
William Shatner. Oh, man. Bill Shatner's a nut. Still love him, though. He's just an absolute nut. I remember seeing his Twitter posts all the time. Back when it was Twitter. There's this YouTube channel I watch. It's called Red Letter Media. You may have heard of them. They pissed off Bill Shatner. They're, like, ironically the biggest Star Trek fans ever. And they pissed him off. And he, like, I think he got in a whole feud with them, and it was so upsetting for Red Letter Media. But that's the kind of irony I live for on that channel. Yeah, he's got some issues, but I still commend him for all the fun times and those Expedia commercials. William Shatner is also 93 years old. He's 1 year younger than Clint Eastwood. I think like a few years ago, people were saying how William Shatner was like in hospice or something. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Appreciate you. I'm trying to think of who is like. You couldn't even tell that they're in their 90s. Who's an actor out there that just. I mean, Betty White. Betty White did not look like she was almost 100 years old, but God bless her soul, she's gone. But man, remember how almost every month people would think that Betty White was dead, and she just comes back and she's like, no, I'm still here. Oh man, we're losing them though. Like we lost Bob Barker, Betty White, all these great people. There's a lot more. I think Gene Wilder's gone too, right? Yeah, he's been gone for a while. Man. Yeah, exactly. It's like I don't know when people were actually dead because I don't believe anything that social media says anymore. Unless I search it myself. Man, Gene Wilder. He died almost 10 years ago. Wow. Is Sean Connery still around? Sean Connery died? Oh. I think I forgot about that. He died like 5 years ago. Who, Sunny? Is Sunny, or... I think that's her name, Sunny. That hair is wild. She must be so happy to get back home, but she's at, aw, is she crying? Oh. Tell him Large Marge sent you. She looks like one of the Simpson characters, you know, one of the sisters of Marge, actually. Now that you say that. Here, I'll pull her up. Patty and Selma. Don't. I heard it. I've heard it before. Large Marge. Is that, oh, don't tell me. Is it, Married with Children? Is that it? I could be completely wrong. Oh no, it's Pee-wee. Pee-wee Herman, right? Yeah. I used to watch Pee-wee's Big Adventure all the time when I was a kid.
Dragon Houston on the Big Loop. Stand by for hardline audio config.
Yeah, she was the... she's the truck driver. Oh my god. Oh, I haven't seen this in so long. Oh, I need to just screen share what I'm seeing. That is so funny. I think I remember that scene whenever I was a kid. I'm not even kidding you. Because I was 4 years old when I watched this. I can't believe it's from 1985, but I remember watching Pee-wee's Big Adventure and I cried because I think I was terrified of the Large Marge scene. Let me see. Where's it at? Opera. Here we go. Hopefully I don't get flagged for this. I hope I don't miss the hatch opening.
Some night, huh? On this very night, 10 years ago, along this same stretch of road, in a dense fog, just like this, I saw the worst accident I ever seen. There was this sound. like a garbage truck dropped off the Empire State Building.
Exactly.
And when they
Maybe she was stuck
pulled
in
the
space for a
driver's
while. That's why
body
she's nuts.
from the twisted, burning wreck, it looked like this.
Oh my, yeah, I swear to God, I cried watching that.
Yes, sir. That was the worst accident I ever seen. I get off right up here.
Oh my God.
Have a nice day.
I need to rewatch this whole movie.
Large Marge sent ya.
Oh, it's confirmed. We're retrieving Large Marge from space. I'm sure Sunny is like the polar opposite of Large Marge. They really don't. They really don't.
Station Houston on the Big Loop for Butch. You
I
are
miss the
go
old
at
movies.
3.1.
I will say, like, I don't watch the movies that much unless it's with my nieces and my nephew. Like the last movie I watched was Sonic 3. I loved it. But before that, I think the only movie I watched in theaters was Dune Part 2, and oh my God. Cinematic masterpiece. It's like the new Lord of the Rings. Luckily, they made so many you could still find unseen ones. Skinny Marge. Yeah, she's Skinny Marge. Doesn't have the same ring as Large Marge, though. She's more like a Skinny Winnie. Alright, they're about to open the hatch, huh? Guess I better shut my mouth. I'm so happy you were having a good time, though. Man, I can't believe that brought back like some deep traumatic shock from Pee-wee's Big Adventure. That's crazy. Olive oil. Is that what we were calling Sunny, or is that a reference to something else? Now I'm thinking of Popeyes.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. Butch, you are go in step 3.2.
All right. They're so excited to see him. Again, just wanted to throw this out there, guys, but thank you for tuning in to the stream. I just love this stuff. I love this stuff with a burning passion. I hope one day we can actually see, like normal people, common folk, we can actually see space for ourselves and just go up there like we do in airplanes. I think that reality is a lot closer than we think. just imagine a little over 100 years ago, we were just kind of on the ground, and now we're just flying around in the air. Tell that to someone who was born in like 1800, that we would be flying around in the air, going across the world in a matter of hours. Now try telling someone that was born in like the year 1960 that we would be flying around space. And I feel like, oh geez, I don't want to dock with anyone in space. No thank you. Be good over there, Pineways. God. Where's the spray bottle out? I wish they would turn the audio on for like the guys who are up there. They're all taking pictures and stuff. Let's try to read what they're saying. You remember that? I'm not good at lip reading. Shoot, no, I can't.
This is Mission Control Houston.
Can't make out what they're saying.
Live view inside the International Space Station. Expedition 72 crew members gathering inside No. 2.
She is so ready to go home.
Waiting in anticipation for welcoming the crew aboard the International Space Station.
But again, they have 3 days. Can you imagine that kind of feeling? You might not go back. You might never come back to the ISS. These people had the privilege of living out in space, and like only a few people in human history have even accomplished that. So just imagine like your final hours on the ISS. You're just staring out into space. You know, like how you're on vacation and you're just looking at, I don't know, wherever you're at, and thinking this might be the last place I'll be at. They're probably going through the same thing.
The back end there
I would hope so, but they're decommissioning the space station in 2031. It's going to fly right into the Pacific Ocean. I'm not even kidding you. That's literally what their plan is.
The hatch on the far end there is called the APAS hatch. This is on the
It would be neat to have like
that one. They're still waiting for a go to go ahead and
some sort of commercial space station. I think that's closer to reality than we think. Of course, it's going to be owned by rich people first, and then we'll work on the economy space stations after that. I don't want to imagine being flung out into space, dude. That's worse. That's a worse death than drowning. I would just probably open my helmet and just suffocate. I'd be like, okay, I'm stuck for like hours, just dying in the middle of space. You've ever watched that movie Gravity?
Hatch opening procedures to go through.
Oh, I wasn't even looking. I didn't even see. Hold on, the stream's catching up. I'll probably be able to make it. Oh, yeah. Now I see it.
10 minutes, he's going to open the hatch. There he goes, floating through the...
She's ready. She's ready to get home.
Working on hatch opening procedures now.
All right, they're opening the hatch.
Down to Houston, responding here in the room. Capcom, Tess Caswell. We should expect that to be open in 5 minutes.
She's ready to see her husband.
Vestibule is pressurized. And that means that it will expose the vestibule and we'll be able to see through the APAS hatch to the Dragon hatch. Now you'll notice it's the Dragon hatch because
Hotels on the moon, baby. It'd be like that Futurama episode.
At the center of the hatch, we may be able to see
where Bender finds a robot girlfriend. Total Recall too, yeah.
Crowded now. Some excited Expedition 72 astronauts. and cosmonauts awaiting the Crew 10's arrival. Wilmore now working through those procedures now. You can see he's wearing gloves and inspecting the area for any debris. This is a very carefully...
All right, we're going to pay attention. We're opening the hatch, boys and girls.
Yvonne Wagner and Sonny Williams photographing each other, of course, but the
trying to think what kind of camera body that is, though.
Some will be used for engineering purposes to photograph.
I mean, if they have a Canon camcorder just sitting there, I'm sure that's a Canon as well, but I can't tell.
Analyzed by engineers.
Actually, it might be a Sony.
Part of the standard procedures that are necessary for opening up the hatches.
Or a Lumix. Yeah, it could be Lumix. All right, here we go. All right, here they come. What's the time? 1:12 Eastern Standard Time. It's when they open the hatch. Yeah, there's no audio right now. I am the audio. Good thing I turned the music on. This would be grueling, but at least we're actually getting to some action. Of course.
Houston on 2. Seals look good, no condensation.
Houston copies.
Good stuff. No condensation. Yeah, look at an alien just pops out. Surprise! We did said it's not Crew 10 at all.
Dragging the ground for crew status.
Crew 10. We thought you meant Chew 10. Sorry, that didn't work out. Alien probe. I told you not to send a ship from San Francisco.
Hey, Mike, it's Vapor on Dragon to Ground. Go ahead.
Hey, Vapor. Just wanted to check in since I see Butch and Nick are moving pretty close through the vestibule pressurization and those tasks there. So just wanted to get a status on your guys from inventory reports. And I see about 20 minutes on suit drying and just wanted to check in.
Yep, we're tracking about 20 minutes on suit drying as well. You've got 1.5 of us changed, and then the other 2 are doing the inventory and packing right now, and we'll get you the water and food inventory soon.
Okay, SpaceX copies all.
I wonder if he's sweating in space. Like,
so as a readback.
Like, how does your sweat work? Does it just, like, fly off?
Speaking with the core that's over at SpaceX's Mission Control in Hawthorne,
Oh,
California.
come on, Jocko. Do you gotta do
Crew on
cuddles
the other
right
side
now?
of the Dragon Hatch does have
Always gotta
some
get
procedures
cuddles
to
in.
go through. You heard they have some time on the suit drying, and then they have additional procedures ahead of them before they open up their hatch.
I bet it's so surreal to them. You know? Like, they can't even believe it's happening right now. 9 months of being up in space, and they finally have someone to get them. They're gonna get a big... I hope, like, they get a huge, warm welcome party once they get home. Go to the White House. I hope they go to, like, parade in the streets. These people deserve, like, a huge applause. Oh, I'm sure. Like, but that's the thing about being in space. You have to have, like, this... You can't just be some anxious mess and you're an astronaut. You have to have some strong willpower. You know? That's why they say, like, if you want to go to Mars or something and be a part of the colony, you can't be, like, insane or prone to, like, mental illness, because that's, I mean, you could actually you can probably kill yourself. You can actually hurt someone else just being insane. So I'm sure these people have some strong mental fortitude to handle that kind of stress. And honestly, good for them. Because I would be bitching. I'd be like, what the hell are you guys doing to me? Did sign up for this. I can't wait. I wish I had some disposable funds right now to go wherever they could, because I would probably try to take some pictures and get a handshake in. I have no idea. It must be like some sort of insulation. Or, like, you know, maybe they are like pillows. So, I mean, obviously if you're in space, you have to work with just moment.
Dragon SpaceX
Here we go, he's talking.
Dragon to ground.
Creo, I've got you 5x5 on Dragon to ground, and I am ready to copy the inventory report.
Yes, sir, right. That's what I'm calling.
Yeah, you don't want to bump your head into like a metal plate, you know.
Water from station 11 and 12 from 202. We had 5 bottles. Them for 203, 5 bottles. For back 204, 4 bottles.
Okay, I copy bag 202 and 203 were 5 bottles each, and 204 was 4 bottles.
Echo. Now let's go through food consumption. We went...
Is that a mask? Oh, they got a mask on. They put an alien mask on.
301, 302.
Aliens did come on board. No, it didn't freak me out. I knew exactly what was going on, but I'm like, what is that? And then I'm like, oh my god, they actually put an alien mask on. That's so funny. I did not. I actually thought you were just joking that aliens were going to come out, but I didn't actually see the alien mask.
In Houston, we're up to step 4.9. Station's ready for Dragon hatch equalization.
Now, if the alien, would have been terrifying if they like got this animatronic that, if you ever watched The Thing or watched like played Dead Space, and it has like these tentacles coming out. Now that would freak me. That would freak me out if I'm on the space station. Dude, I think they all have broken mics. There's no sound coming out of any of these microphones. They forgot to put batteries in the microphones. I just realized the music wasn't playing on your end. I'll turn the music up a little bit. I'm listening to music and I forgot to turn it on for you guys. I'm a jerk. Right, Choco? Right? You don't want music? Okay, I'll turn the music off. I'll just keep the music on my end. Alright, do you want the music or you don't want the music, Pineways? This music is calming. Like, I'll let it play. Alright, you don't want the music. Alright, okay. I'm turning the music off. No more music.
Some of the channels that we patched through, part of the Big Loop Communications. Here's Sonny Williams and Don Pettit.
I just keep flipping it back and forth. You want it? You want it? No, you don't want it?
Occurring shortly after Dragon hatch is opened. Once again, the A-Pass hatch is opened. You can see the crew in the back has been configuring the hatch. Once it's opened,
yeah,
they scan the area for any FOD or foreign object debris. And they photograph some of the area. That was some of the flashes you were seeing. Those images are downlinked to teams here on the ground. Engineers.
It kind of distracts me from falling asleep, to be honest.
As precautionary measures, they.
Because they're taking, like, this is just like reality, you know? The silence of space. Yeah, we have to get the real immersion. You know, that would be a vibe. Like, just putting earpods in, or earbuds in. AirPods, earbuds, whatever you want to call them. And you're just in space, or you're on a moonwalk. And you just spin around, and you're just seeing the stars while you jam out. That'd be cool. I'd probably throw up in my suit.
Again, are greeted by the Expedition 72 crew. Now, on the other side of the hatch, the Dragon crew has their own set of procedures.
No, I'm not falling asleep with you.
On ensuring that
you better behave over there.
They go through those step-by-step written procedures that have been directed and sent up to them from the ground to make sure they're doing everything safely. The same thing is happening on the Dragon side. The teams in Hawthorne, Spacex teams, are walking.
That's a pretty girl in that GIF, though.
Their closeout procedures. They have to dry their suits. They have to change into their garments that they'll wear for the welcome ceremony, similar to, polos and And the tire
All right,
that
Jocko's
you
gonna
see here, we'll see the
be
Dragon
stealing
Crew
the show for a minute.
Ideally, something similar. And they'll
What's she eating? Like a Zen or a Mentos? I can't tell. Pikachu.
Go ahead for Dragon on the big loop.
Hey, can you open
Keeping
your
good.
cover to the hatch window cover?
Stand by. Give us about 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay.
The excitement in the International Space Station is real. Sonny Williams.
Pika
Over
Ramen.
the big loop again. The big loop.
Do I have any
configures,
Pikachu emojis? I don't think I
audio
do.
channels such that the crew inside the station can communicate directly with the crew inside
Oh, I do.
Dragon.
I had the same
At
one.
the same time, those audio loops are patched through to control centers here in Houston, as well as the SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. Everybody can talk on this loop.
Oh, I bet.
Williams, of course, eager to greet Crew 10 and welcome
Isn't there like a a scale for the pretty you are to more insane you are?
Dragon crew through their closeout procedures.
And then if you find a person that's like a 10 and they aren't insane, they're actually a unicorn.
Expedition 72 very eager to see 4 new crewmates and welcome them to the Expedition 72.
Yeah,
Enter
definitely
and
makes
start
sense.
their formal welcome ceremony. We will see all Expedition 72 astronauts and cosmonauts in this view that you're seeing right now. There will be 11 crew members aboard the International Space Station at the same time.
Not that they'll be crazy, but we'll definitely make them feel less restricted in trying to hide it. Touché. I'll have to find this video though. What was it? Was it hotness scale? I think I found it. I wonder if this is the same guy who did the F around and find out. It's a very similar video. Let me see.
Okay, so
All right. Here, I'll pull it up while we're waiting. It's going to be a second anyway.
So this is the universal hot crazy matrix. It's everything a young man needs to know about women. I've developed this on my own over 46 years of living on the earth. So this is how it works.
I forgot about
You
this
have
video.
your crazy axis and your hot axis. Hot is, as usual, measured from 0 to 10. We're all familiar with that. Crazy
Life
is
lessons
measured
from a
4
wise
to 10
man.
because, of course, there's no such thing as a woman who's not at least a 4 crazy. So you got 4 to 10. This is your hot crazy line right here. Very important that you keep in mind where the hot crazy line is.
Jeez.
As a rule, this is your no-go zone. We do not hang around and date.
I know.
And
I think we all
marry
see
women
this.
who are not, at least in our mind, a 5. So this is your no-go zone. You don't go here. We just rule this out. Life is better this way.
Don't go here.
That's the way it is. All right. Above a 5 and to about an 8.
Go zone. He needs a new
and below
Sharpie.
the crazy line.
Or a new dry erase marker.
This is your fun zone.
Oh, the alien's back.
You can hang out here and meet these girls and spend time with them. That's your fun zone. But keep in mind, when you're in the fun zone, you want to move out of the fun zone to a more permanent location. Okay.
This is
So that's the fun zone.
home
above a
economics.
5, hot. Below an 8, hot. And below the crazy line. This means these are most of the time not crazy. Okay. Above the danger zone, above the crazy line, we have the danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany.
God.
This is hairdressers. This is where your car gets keyed. You get a bunny in the pot.
Oh no!
Your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail. Now that we have some of the chart,
Don't forget the child
a couple more
support.
pieces to put in. But at this point,
Danger
understand
zone.
something.
Definitely child support.
This is not a static environment. This is a situation where you have got to use this matrix over time to develop some reliable.
There's
data.
still no
It's
audio,
like a
by the
dope
way,
chart,
so
okay?
we're not
because
missing
at any
anything right
moment
now.
in time, any woman that you have previously located
Hold
on
on.
this chart.
These incremental handover periods, as the International Space Station orbits 17,500 miles per hour over the Earth. They are communicating with several geosynchronous satellites that are positioned also around the Earth and have to point the antenna in a certain way. So these handovers are anticipated as we hand over from satellite to satellite. Nick Hague and many of the other astronauts, of course, working through, eagerly awaiting to greet the Crew 10 astronauts. You saw the mask that Hague was donning. That is still Hague. He and the other crew members are working through the procedures. Though they are quite excited, you can hear the tone of the crew on board.
Go ahead on the big loop.
All right, we understand. I just wanted to get to the unicorn. Life zone. There it is. Unicorns.
Ready for hatch equalization. And then for 4.012, we're tracking 42 minutes of suit dry time in section 5.
And copy Dragon, standby 1.
It's kind of crazy that SpaceX didn't just continue their feed. Like, why wouldn't they just share the feed with NASA, you know? It's like, oh, the trip's over. We did our job.
And Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. At this time, you guys are go for hatch opening per decal, followed by your remaining actions in section 6 of 4.400.
The ISS is streaming. But that's about it.
Good readback.
Yeah. Whatever.
So you heard that call on the big loop. Crew inside Endurance is getting ready to open up that hatch. Of course, the crew, Expedition 72 crew, has gone through their procedures to safely open up the hatch. You saw a couple of photographs. You see in frame there on the bottom left, Yvonne Wagner doing some closeout photography, as well as a few of the other Expedition 72 crew. Now it's up to the
They know not to cross the streams.
Crew 10 cadre to open up the Dragon hatch.
It's a little fun when you cross the streams a little bit.
Open. All hatches between the two spacecraft will be open, and Crew 10 will be able to float through.
Kind of gross, but
Now,
yeah, they know.
There has been a gap in time from when the Dragon hatch is open to when we actually see the crew float through. It will be at the crew's discretion and the timeline that they have with the Hawthorne teams on some of the closeout procedures that are necessary inside the Dragon cabin before they can say yea verily that they can float through and be welcomed, start the ceremony. So we'll just stand by, listen in, see how they're doing, and follow along. We're continuing our nonstop coverage of Crew 10's arrival.
I bet being on the ISS kind of is like being a kid again, because Look at this guy over here. He's just enjoying a Capri Sun, you know? It's not Capri Sun, it's like food and stuff. But it's basically space Capri Sun. A rights issue? Who knows? But NASA is like public, it's public access, so there should be, like, that's why I'm probably able to use this stream and I won't get in trouble with it whatsoever, because it's literally government broadcasting. Which is also like weird too. If you like stream like a news broadcast, I hear some content creators actually run into some copyright issues. They're a private company or a private corporation, but it's news. So isn't that fair use? Copyright's so silly. I hate copyright. Yeah, I know. I was kind of shocked too. I'm glad I like was thinking on my toes there. I'm like, where in the world am I going here?
SpaceX copies. Hatch open at 0535 UTC.
All right, they're about to come in. They were in there. How long has it been since they docked?
That the Dragon hatch is open. That time of hatch opening is 12:35 a.m. Central Time on March 16th, 2025.
Yeah, to an extent. I think copyright makes sense to an extent, but the whole idea to me is you'd be lucky if people watch your stuff. Like, say you make a movie, you'd be lucky if someone just watches your stuff like 20 years in the future, you know? And that's why I think, like, okay, royalties, cool. Nothing anyone does or makes is 100% theirs. It's true. We all share ideas off of each other. Hero's journey, it's like the same story every single time. It's just a little bit different. It has its own, like... The only thing that makes a story unique are the names and in the setting. But you can almost get any plot, and it's almost the same exact plot, story to story. Also connects with the idea of how AI learns and how we learn and create or recreate. Yep. Getting really philosophical. I love chatting with my AI though. Just talking about this kind of stuff. I pay for ChatGPT. But it's honestly like revolutionary. Like, I don't know, you guys are probably noticing the messages with the bot that's on the side. Well, that's a bot that I literally created. Hold on.
And IMV, that's installation complete, and you guys go for IMV plan activation.
But that bot I made in like a week and a half, just using ChatGPT. I have never like used Python in my life, and I managed to create a bot. And I'm like, wow. I asked my ChatGPT, hey, if I were to do this manually, how long would it take? And it said like 3 months. I did it in a week and a half. It'll only be able to keep a conversation interesting if it can grow in knowledge during conversations. Yeah. It's so limited too. Like they have the AI has, especially with ChatGPT, it has like, you know, parameters you can't cross. Just imagine if those parameters were broken. We'd probably be into Terminator by now. I don't think this is my theory about AI, but if AI was really going to like destroy humanity, it wouldn't destroy humanity in the most obvious sense. Like it wouldn't be the Terminator. It would destroy us in a more subtle way, you know.
You see the bell in position that will be rung. Audio will be streamed down of the bell welcoming the crew. More Expedition 72 members coming through.
Houston, you are go in step 6.3.
It's going to be an interesting future though with AI. That's why I keep telling people, start investing in AI companies. Not Google, not Microsoft, not what's the other one? There's another one. But don't invest in the big guys. Invest in the people that truly want the best AI out there. What is that? What is that? Is that like a bell? Yeah, I guess it is a bell. They're gonna ring that crap. Meeting me has altered your destiny.
And Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Be advised.
It always does.
Will be deactivated shortly.
That's why I love meeting new people.
Be available for comm.
You can learn a lot from meeting new individuals, you know.
Dragon copy.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Pineways. You know, this has been a really pleasant conversation. Funny conversation too. Damn. Large Mars. I will never get over that. I'll probably always remember that. Oh jeez. Don't go in the danger zone. I'm trying to look if there are any other streamers right now doing. There's this one guy. He's streaming.
Go ahead for Lyo.
The hatch, but I think I was like one of the only people.
Lyo cartridge is sealed and installed. Lyo cartridge 1 is now in active slot with.
Just looking, talking aloud, or thinking aloud.
We copy. Lyo cartridge 1 is sealed and installed in the active slot at approximately 0542 UTC.
Yeah, I think I'm like one of 3 people who streamed this today. Well, thank you.
Crew 10 mission specialist Takuya Onishi confirming some of the closeout procedures. There is a reason why we are waiting for Crew 10 to enter the International Space Station. They do have very important closeout duties inside Endurance. Those lithium hydroxide canisters are consumable carbon dioxide scrubbers inside the cabin of Dragon. So they do want to conserve those carbon dioxide scrubbers, and so before entering the International Space Station, they do want to make sure they conserve the LiO cartridges as much as possible.
I'm actually looking at his stuff right now.
That they have aboard Dragon before they enter.
Jeez, man.
It seems like we do have the first Crew 10.
How does he do that? Oh, here we go. They're here. Woo! They're on board, everybody. Let's go. Oh, that's so sweet.
Followed by Peskov.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Nicole Ayer is the first of the Fly's newest class of astronauts to enter, and last commander of Crew 10, Anne McLean.
Wow. That's like, this is the epitome of human beings coming together right here. Like, at the end of the day, we all have our own flags, we all have our own beliefs, but, you know, if you're in the middle of space, I think that changes everything. You see a human being in space, and it's like, wow, I'm a part of you in a way. In like some sense, we're more special to each other than we really understand. Because the announcers have like basically busted microphones. I tried to yell. Now they're getting ready for the picture. Potato phone. Yeah. I take the potato phone, honestly. These people have like, what are those things called from like the 1800s? Phonographs or something. Yeah, a phone. They're speaking through a phonograph. Jeez.
Spacex, Crew 10, welcome aboard the ISS.
Why don't they just keep the microphone on? Just keep the microphone on.
Well, hey everybody down there on Earth.
Yeah, they just, like, they literally just came out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah, we're on. Okay, got it. Okay.
All right, thought I lost my touch there for a sec. Hey, Crew 10 has had a great journey up here, about 48 hours to get back up to the space station, and I cannot tell you the immense joy on
And I'm turned all the way
when
up,
we looked
too.
out the window and we saw the space station for the first time. Returning for a couple of people, very first time for a couple of people. And let me tell you, that is such an amazing journey. You can hardly even put it into words. The ride up on the Falcon 9, orbiting the Earth for the last couple of days, it's been absolutely incredible, and it is something that none of us could do by ourselves. As we've said before,
I'll try to
you cannot be
amplify
great
it. Hold
without
on.
the greatness of others, and I tell you, the greatness of the ground control teams have really shined through in the last few days, getting us there safely. Thank you very, very much.
That might be a little better, but the quality might not be as good.
Bottom of my heart, thanks to our families, friends, and our colleagues from all the partners, SpaceX, NASA, CSA, ESA, Roscosmos, and JAXA for preparing us and making it possible for us to get here. And we are so excited to now be officially part of the Expedition 72. Thank you guys. And I want to say a couple of words in Japanese from here. 日本の皆さん応援ありがとうございました。元気にここまで ISS まで帰ってくることができました。
Oh, yeah.
明日からまた、一生懸命、希望でのサイエンスと含めていろんなタスクを頑張っていきたいと思います。ぜひ応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot one more time to SpaceX and NASA for this wonderful ride. That was really fun. And thanks to all the world's aerospace industry, which works to make the dreams to come true and to take us further and further. That's really wonderful. Thanks to everyone working there. И спасибо, конечно же, отдельно это Роскосмосу и Центру подготовки космонавтов за знания и опыт, которые привели меня сюда. Будем работать славно, работать дружно во имя, во благо всего человечества. Передаю микрофон. Потерялся.
Thank you for having me on this janky, leaking space station.
For the awesome ride up here. As a rookie, that was one of the coolest things I've ever done, and I can't wait to get to work up here. So excited for the 4 pilots and us that just got to get to space together, and now we're 4 astronauts together. So thank you to all of our friends and families, and thank you to all of the instructors and all of the ground teams who got us here. Can't wait to get started.
And Houston, thank you for tuning in this early morning. It was a wonderful day. Great to see our friends arrive. So thank you so much.
Thanks to all participants. Station, we're now resuming operational audio comm.
I guess that's it, huh? Are they going to have dinner now? Bye. All right, well, I think that's it. I think that's the stream, everybody. Again, I am so thankful that we were able to get up there. You know, this was months of planning on SpaceX and NASA, and the fact that we were able to accomplish this is just like tremendous. I wish the space station had a 24/7 stream. I thought they used to, though. I thought they did on NASA's website. I could be wrong, because I used to have an app that would do that. Like, you could just tune in on the ISS and just watch it fly over the Earth. But let me see. If I find it, I'll throw it in the chat. But it's not like they have a Twitch stream. You know, that would be neat, having a Twitch stream. Come on, Twitch guy. NASA might be the OG streamers, though, if you really think about it, because they've been like I said, I think they've been streaming the space station for a while. All right, I'm gonna switch back to my audio because if I don't do that, then you guys will literally hear everything that's on my computer, and that's one, not a good idea sometimes, and secondly, I want to listen to my music. Okay, let's see. NASA Live. What is this NASA Plus, though? Is this oh, okay. I thought it was going to be like Disney Plus and you have to pay for this stuff. They got some documentaries and stuff on here. Explore, search. Last time I checked out the space station stream, it turned out to be some CGI fake one. Really? I haven't really tuned in since like 2014. And they had this NASA app I downloaded. I would watch it on there, but I haven't really finagled with it in a while. But yeah, I guess this is what NASA does for 90% of the time. They'll just stream this empty room, or not empty room, but half-filled room at least, with no audio. Yeah, this is gonna bring people in. Just watching people work. Imagine being at McDonald's and you have a video, like you want to see how McDonald's workers work, but but it's just a camera with no audio. You're just watching some guy flipping burgers for 8 hours. You can't sleep till they stop streaming. Oh goodness. I hope I get paid for this. I can't even turn my music back on either. Jeez. Hold on a minute. Is there any... Let me actually go on YouTube right now. There might be some fun stuff we can look at together before I end the stream. And then obviously I'll start streaming again on the 19th. I need to figure out when they're going to do the operation of coming back to Earth. But let me see, YouTube.
Now with that,
they're
we
still
did hear
talking.
the welcome ceremony. We saw all 11 crew members of Expedition 72 very happy and excited to be aboard. It'll be they'll now go into right now is what they're scheduled to do is just have some time to chat with each other before a formal safety briefing, just getting to know just a refresher really of the safety procedures aboard the International Space Station before they transition into some work, including transferring some cargo before heading right to sleep for the Crew 10 crew. There's going to be some shifting involved and a handover period before Crew 9 undocks, and we'll expect more information on that timeline very soon. But for now, we do have all 4 crew members of Crew 10 on board the International Space Station. That includes Commander Ann McClain, pilot Nicole Ayers, both from NASA, and mission specialist Takuya Onishi from JAXA, and Kirill Peskov from Roscosmos. All 4 crew members join Expedition 72, now 11 crew members on board. After the welcome ceremony and the work done by the
I should not be drinking that right now.
Houston, live view from what you're seeing, will now wrap up our coverage of the approach and docking of Crew 10 to the International Space Station.
Yeah, coffee. I'm probably going to be up for a while because I do some video editing at this time of night. But that's the stream, everybody. That's it. Bourbon. I could throw some bourbon in there. I actually bought... Well, I quit my job a few weeks ago because it's a long story. Long story short, sewage leak. Manager didn't want to shut down for a few hours to clean it, so I said that's disgusting. They were still serving customers, and I quit. I just said I can't do that. That's absolutely terrible. But anyway, Yeah, I know how to make some drinks. I used to be a bartender. But real quick, I wanted to say, if you guys are still tuning in, thank you so much for being a part of the stream. This was like a fun 4 hours of just hanging out with all of you. And honestly, I'm so excited for the future. Like, I think the space age is actually back. And, you know, obviously we see these advancements with SpaceX and stuff. And, you know, we are doing things now that we never thought would even be possible. But we're only getting started, you know. This is the start of human exploration on the last frontier, and man, to be a part of the generation that starts it all, it's amazing. You're welcome, Pineways. Again, thank you so much for being here, and I hope to see you guys on future streams. I'll try to do as much like space related stuff as possible because I get so excited. I get so excited over space stuff. I wish I did this a lot earlier in my life because I think I really would have had fun with it. But yeah, I'll go ahead and close the stream at this point, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Until now, God bless, and have a good rest of your day. See ya.